Greetings, aviators! Hello and welcome to an extra special Thursday night stream because it is time to bring the noise. Oh boy, is this going to be an interesting stream tonight. Hello folks, hello aviators, welcome to the stream. It is wonderful to see you all here for my third first look stream this week. Wow, we're getting super busy with these first looks. There's so many really good quality add-ons coming out at the moment. And I'm really excited to bring you tonight an aircraft that is, let's be honest, an absolute icon of aviation. There has never been an aircraft like it before. There will never be an aircraft of her ilk ever again, sadly enough. And of course, I am talking about, we are going to be bringing you my first ever flight in the DC Designs Concorde. I am super excited. I am also super nervous because, as all of you know, I am generally fairly allergic to airliners. And I literally just got this right before the stream. So all I've managed to do is have a quick look at the manual, and I thought the manual from Wing 42 was detailed and made me sweat. I then looked at this one and I went, oh dear God. So this is going to be super interesting. So this could be really fun. And Rockview 101, I can see you've already started off the stream by doing the reward of making me fly a tube liner. And to be fair, I suppose this is a tube liner of sorts. In fact, actually, the best description I have heard of this aircraft was what I heard earlier this week, which was super fast, long, pointy thing. And I think that description of Concorde, as slightly vulgar as it is pretty damn apt. So, hello Rockview, Game of Ashos, hello and welcome to the stream. Kiwi, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing fantastically. Hope you're all doing fantastically well tonight. Strayator, hello and welcome to the stream. It is indeed time to go supersonic. You are absolutely correct there, as my pancreas gently beeps beside me. So here we go, folks. So apparently, Strayator has the aviator to beat tonight because he's done the flight that we are about to do tonight. We are going to attempt the the most common route that Concorde flew, of course, which was Heathrow JFK. So there we go. It was exactly right for you. I was in the sim for another reason, and I saw Strayator shooting off across the Atlantic. Master Braytech Tech Marte, Master Braytech, hope you're doing fantastically well. Yes, indeed, this will be a Nova Wing 24's tube liner flight. You are absolutely correct there. Exactly. It has been an airliner flight. It has been an airliner week, hasn't it? We had the commuter sort of executive airliner with the 414 from FlySimWare on Tuesday. We had the first of the sort of all-metal airliners with the Boeing 247 last night. And now, of course, we have the most beautiful airliner to ever grace the skies is the one that we have here. Honestly, you find the sim checklist. I used the manual for some flight spec details. Okay, all right, cool. There you go. Yeah, the manual's like 150, 160 pages, I'm pretty sure, which is pretty damn cool. Like, I was going through it, and I was reading, and I went through, and I was reading all the stations and everything, and I'm going, oh dear, this is gonna be interesting. But anyway, I've got my flight plan is loaded. My flight plan is loaded. My Volanta is up because if I'm gonna fly an airliner there and I'm gonna fly it at supersonic speeds, you know what? I'm damn well gonna make sure it's recorded on Volanta. That's for sure. Yes, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I sort of lurked in your stream a little bit afterwards. It was great to see you streaming. It did. It came with a couple of flight plans for the some of the more common flights that, or some of the more epic flights that it did. Though I'm waiting for somebody to release the round the world, because Concorde actually holds several speed records, not only for the fastest trip between London and New York, but also for round the world, both east and west. And I'm waiting for somebody to produce the flight plans for that, because I think that'll be a kind of thing to see. I'm sure we'll see those on flightsim.to in the coming days. And oh, you've read the Haynes manual for it. Well, there you go. If I need any help, Kiwi, I'll definitely enlist your help for that one there. I didn't see. I don't recall any overlapping text from the FSX and Prepared version. I think the funny thing is I did a review of the Concorde for Prepared, but I actually have a feeling I never released it because I had some corrupted files from my recording, and I just never got around to doing it because I started having some troubles with my Prepared install. So I never got around to. I don't think I ever got around to releasing it. I have to go back and check my videos. I've got Rockview was actually asking recently how many, how long have I doing this? How many videos have I got? And we figured out that I've got over 1,000 videos on YouTube. I'm like, shit, I didn't realize I've been that prolific over the years. But I suppose that's what you get for doing this for a decade. But anyway. All right, enough of me waffling. Let's take a look at this beautiful aeroplane, because she is absolutely amazing. And of course, by the way, folks, we will be flying in the only livery that I think British Airways should ever fly in, which is of course the Landor livery. The Chatham Dockyard livery. I get that it's modern and everything, but it just doesn't do it for me. Like the Landor livery does. It's just there's something just so much more refined about this livery. So this is the one we're going to be flying tonight. But of course, it does come with a number of liveries. You do get 4 liveries included with the release. So you get, of course, the two operators of it. You get BA and you get Air France. You also get the Chatham Dockyard livery as well, as we sort of go here. No, the Pepsi livery is not included. I'm guessing probably to do with copyright is the reason why that one's not included. So yeah, we'll go have a quick look. So this is the Chatham Dockyard livery for those who want to fly, some of Concorde's last flights. And then, of course, this is probably one of the most iconic and unique schemes for this, because Singapore Airlines was originally contracted to purchase Concorde and was looking at buying them along with Qantas as well, funnily enough. And GBOAD actually for a period of time wore both wore BA on one side and wore Singapore on the other side of it. And that was also done for Braniff Air as well in America. So Braniff, they wore Braniff colours while flying and using American air crews while in American airspace, but then they would change over to French colours and French airspace and French pilots when they were travelling back across the Atlantic. So this is one of the most, other than the Pepsi livery, this was one of the most photographed liveries. I'm sure somebody else will beat me to the punchline, but I would love to do a Qantas livery for this one as a what if she actually did end up flying. Anyway, but as I said, we are going to be flying the classic livery is the one we're going to be flying tonight. And I'm pretty sure that, as I said, we're going to be doing Heathrow to JFK. We will be flying live weather, live time. And we'll see if I can make a complete mess of flying this magnificent aircraft, because reading the manual and speaking with DC Designs prior to the stream and while this aircraft was in development, the developer has really striven to actually do the best they can to model the intricacies and some of the unique features of this aircraft, such as her cruise profile. and how the fuel was actually used to maintain trim and balance. Fortunately, they've also automated a lot of those tools for us because this was a crew of three, and the flight engineer was extremely busy throughout the flight of this aircraft. So it is one of those things where it's going to be pretty important that we make sure that we do our best here. So it's going to be great to see that. So we're going to see what kind of job that DC Designs has done. I am sure it's going to be absolutely magnificent, and I guess we're about to find out. It is. Well, it can be in some ways it's similar, but it can be very very different. Particularly for how the UV maps are drawn up. So I guess time will tell, Kiwi. Time will tell. There is a paint kit does ship with the release though, so hopefully it should be an option. Now I am stocked up on coffee, and I think I'm going to be nervously getting through at least one cup probably before takeoff. So let's get ourselves started. Now, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to need to go into my controls because I want to check out a couple of things with my controls tonight. Because I also want to see if I can figure out how to move around the cabin because that I haven't really done that much here. Got the camera. Okay, so that's just all the basics. Okay, so I think I might need to add in a few extra cameras, I think. Because I want to try and move around the cockpit a bit. So I think I might have to. Let's have a look. Let's go all. Let's go camera. Oh, hang on. I wonder if I've got. Or did I code it somewhere? So that's the sliding around. We should see if we can move. Is there? Let's try and move. Nope. View. Here we go. Translating views. Okay. Actually, you know what? We're not going to do this because otherwise we're going to be here forever. So I'm not going to worry about this. Let me just check. We're going to change this over to... And clear that. We're going to go change that to assigned. We're going to change this to injet. I'll have to remember to do that before the next stream. We might just use the drone camera a little bit to do this, I think a little bit later on. Because of course the good thing is that you can start in the outside view and then it's moved to the inside of the views, which is kind of cool. Alright, so we've got, okay, so I've got spoilers set, throttles good, no, we're flapless for this aircraft. We've got reverses set. That's good. Okay, I think we've got everything that I need. That's good. DC Designs, hello and welcome. The developer himself has joined us. Hello and welcome. No worries, no worries. I hope you are feeling better soon. So say around that Alt and arrow keys. There you go. Thank you very much. I knew there was a default way to do it. I just could never remember. Drone shoot load 1 and 2 is low poly. Okay, all right. So Alt and arrow keys. All right, chat. Remember that for when I forget, which I absolutely will. So we'll have to remember that. All right, let's change over some sounds here. Alright, so we're going to go to our world map. We're going to set our conditions. We are live all the way. Now, I've got this funny feeling that when we load in our flight plan, and as we start flying, I think we're going to be finding a rather large number of Concordes will probably be there to greet us here in Heathrow. I somehow feel that there will be. I guess we're about to find out. Sound AU, hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastically well. Alright. I am nervous. Okay. So navlog, there's our extended cruise. Alright. So this is our flight. So we're going to be starting from in that mess of POIs, and we're going to be coming into here. Now, I probably, based on the METAR I just pulled, we will probably be diverting from the flight plan around about here once we come into range of JFK's VOR. And then we're going to track north so we can land on 2-2. That's going to be the intent. But we shall see how we go. We've got to get that far first, is probably the more important part. So folks, if you're wanting to join us on this little adventure tonight, exclamation mark flight in the chat if you are wanting to join us on this adventure. Now, as I said, let's get okay, so we're going to put our engine fuel is good. Did you? No, hang on, no. Okay. We're gonna fuel up to make sure we've got plenty of fuel. All right, so we've got our feed tanks, main tanks, and just to be sure, I'm gonna drop off tank trim transfer 11 to bring us inside our weight. We'll bring these tanks down. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can, one, get it started, and two, bring the noise. All right. So we are starting here at Heathrow. As I said, folks, exclamation mark flight, as Rockview's put there, to get the flight plan, exclamation mark aircraft or exclamation mark Concorde to find out more about the Concorde and where you can pick up yourself up this copy. So let's jump in. Eep. All right. Now I have I've been assured that we can trust the checklist. So we're going to use the in-sim checklist, and we are also going to be. I've also got my backup of my flight manual beside me. Exactly, Concorde, not Conforde. You are absolutely correct there. That was, yeah, bonus points to Rockview for spotting the typo in my post earlier today. And, you know, Twitter button edit when. Twitter edit button when. Actually, no, sorry, they do have an edit button now, but you have to pay for it. So, no, thank you. All right, where is my... One of these things is not like the other. That's the one I want. All right, flight plan is up. All right. Whee! It's just, doesn't she just look the part? Like, she just looks fast, just sitting still. Like, absolutely amazing. All right. Now, as we've done before, let's jump outside. It does look kind of familiar, doesn't she? She does look kind of familiar. It's just... So I remember when she was still flying, I was planning a trip to Europe, and I spent a year living in Europe. And as I was preparing for this trip and my sort of my grand European tour, I looked into prices for Concorde and was surprised at actually how affordable she is to fly. She was to fly on. So I'd actually planned that I was going to book myself a flight and just one way. And I was going to fly over to New York, and then I was just going to get cattle class back. But then, sadly, there was the tragic accident that then grounded the Concorde fleet by the time I headed over there. And it was just so sad. And I was so devastated that I was never going to get a chance to fly in this magnificent aircraft. Like, tell me that that view right there is not possibly the one, if not the, is definitely one of the most iconic views in aviation. Like, huh. I mean, as I said, Rofu, I think I can see a Concorde down the end there lining up, so it would not surprise me. Just how beautiful does she look? Those beautiful Olympus engines there. Did you know that the same engines that powered Concorde also powered the Vulcan, the Avro Vulcan, except obviously hers didn't reheat. But yeah, it was just so cool. I was going to say, I'm guessing there's like a huge line of them flying across the pond right now on Volanta. I am about to join them as well. All right, let's bite the bullet. Let's see if I can actually get this done. All right, in the cockpit we are. Let's take a... There's just something so beautiful and yet intimidating about a cockpit of these airliners. There really, really is. All right, now, why are you not connected? There we go. Just reset my... There we go. Control's good. Okay, we are good. You can do it. Well, thank you very much for the vote of confidence there. Okay, so it's just damn, it's intimidating. Okay, now before we do though, I'm going to quickly look at the manual because there are a couple of tips of the flight profile for us for this flight. So let me just skip down to those. Where is the flight? Here we go. All right, and DC Designs, the level of your detail in your manual is absolutely amazing. By the way, it really, really is. Okay. Okay, so we got rolling wrong 1, 2, 2. Okay, so for our departure, we'll go do departure. Now rotate. So okay, so V1. Okay, so V1 170 knots. 190 knots is rotate, and she will unstick at about 220 knots. And we'll be on 250 knots, IAS hold, auto throttle, altitude hold 4,000 feet, then set up for 45,000 feet for the next points. Okay, all right. I'm totally going to mess this up and forget this, but let's see how we go. So at the moment, Kiwi, so what it does not have the INS, the SIVA INS is not currently modeled. DC Designs have said that it will be being added in the future, but for now it is not modeled, but there is a GPS functionality which is available. All right, let's bring up the checklist. All right, and I just realized that I've set this to twin-engine airliner, which isn't going to work for me. It needs to be quad-engine airliner. Because, funnily enough, there's 4 engines on this thing. Not 2. I was still stuck in the 247, thinking of the 247. Okay. Come on. This needs a Dropbox. There we go. Okay. Okay. Everything looking good. Okay. Okay. So test throttles tested. Okay, that's good. All right. Interactive checks. This is the same procedure listed for you, so you don't have to look at the other screens. Okay, excellent. All right. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. All right. Let's have a look. Okay, landing gear down. Check. Okay. All right. Park brake is set. Okay. Electro blue inverter is set to on. On. Check. Okay. Set. NAV radios. I love how the voice to text does that. Okay, so my first VOR is 114.35. Oop. As my sim freezes. There we go. Okay, 114.35 is my first VOR. Okay, hang on. Where is my standby frequency? Interesting. Okay, I might have to wait till I've got battery power for this one. Check. Okay, so we're going to have to go to our... Where's our camera? We're going to go to the engineers panel. There we go. Okay. Alright, is yellow off. Check. Auto set. Okay, where are you hiding? Okay, I don't see that one at the moment. That was sent by needs to be there to use the FMC for now. Okay, right. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, engine recirculating valves. There they are, right in front of me. There you go, right in front of me, and they are all shut. Check. Auto, shut, auto. Check. INS. Well, we've loaded a flight plan, so we're going to trust that that one is correct. Okay, so let's go up to that. Let's go reset. Okay, seatbelt set to on. Check. We checked that before we loaded in, so but we will do full set up here to confirm. Yep, our weight is good. Check. Idle check. Alright, let's go. Where are you? Alright, let's grab my engineers panel now again. Okay. Engine feed pumps. Okay. That's my fuel pumps. Okay, engine feed pumps are all on. Check. Right. Page complete. Oh boy. Middle engineer, thank you very much. Okay. Ground services switch. I think I'm going to spend a lot of time on this engineers panel, I feel, at the moment here. Okay. Ground power available. Check. Okay. Camera, don't move me. I think I need to stay on this engineer panel for a bit. Okay. So we're on ESP switch is set to up is on, so we're good. Check. EPU is set to norm. We are checked. Lead valves are 1, 2, 3, 4 all on. Emergency. So under emergency gen beneath black cover. Okay. That's probably better. Now it's on a green. There you go. Now it's on illuminated. Okay, bleed valves on. I've missed one. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, good. Thank you. So we're all on. Okay, LPV. Okay, so these should all be set to bleed valves. All right. That's the jettison. Don't want to do that one. Don't want to jettison those. Okay. Oh, interesting. That's actually... Oh, okay. So that's what I do need to open. Okay. One on. Ah, they're glowing behind the covers. Interesting. Hmm. I actually really like how everything's like guarded as well. So again, like the fact it's modeled under the guard. Okay. Okay, so we want to go crossfeed set. One, two, three, four. All crossfeed valves are open. All right. Whew. So many switches. So many switches. Okay. Engine 3 starter set to on. Okay, set starter to on. Ignition light is on. Okay, engine 3 power levels. Where would I be looking for that? Okay, let's have a look. See, at least you know you're going to get your value for money out of watching this. That's for sure. Okay. Now, I'm checking my power levels. There she is. She's in the green. Okay. Engine 2. Totally taking my kids in my captain's coffee. Hui! There she is. In the green. Alright, and now time for pushback. As we I'll quickly, we can see our tractor there. And can we just also shout out to DC Designs that he actually managed to get the... Oh, wait, hang on. The Asobo... not quite. I spoke too soon. I thought you were going to get the... We were going to get the ground service equipment to actually line up correctly. It'll snap back in a second. That's a bug Asobo really need to fix. They really do. Oh, and how perfect. Seeing an A380... There's an A380 behind us. Okay. Now I should probably actually help them off by releasing the parking brake. This is just okay. This is this is stressful and yet exhilarating all at the same time. Rovers Raider, hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastically well. Rovers Radar, if you read, I'm not sure if you have it or not, but if you do have it in the manual, DC Designs actually details that they do plan on implementing a full Siva INS at some point in the future. But at the moment, the Sims variables don't support it. So it is coming through, but it's just not available right now. Okay. We're going to go Shift P, so we can end that pushback. Okay, I'm going to re-engage my parking brake while I finish the startup sequence. Pushback cleared. Okay. Engine 1. I mean, we are all about supporting you and finding alternatives to your meeting here in this chat. So kick back, stick around, and watch me make somebody who never flies airliners make a complete fool of themselves. Well, I don't know about XP because I haven't got a Concorde and X-Plane, but so far for me, this is going really, really well. And I can attest for that although I said I haven't flown in a Concorde, I've been inside 2 Concordes, and for me so far, this is as sweat-inducing and as stressful as I imagine would be starting over the real thing. Okay, engine 4 starting. And I guess the question for you then, Ewald, is have you flown a Concorde? By the way, folks, I highly recommend, and DC Designs, you may have to answer this or not. I don't know if the manual is available publicly away from the install, but for those of you who have picked up the Concorde, I highly recommend reading the manual, particularly a section towards the back of the manual that discusses the ad nauseum that developers hear saying, oh, insert aircraft here doesn't fly like I think it should. It's like, well, there are many factors for that, or doesn't fly by the book. There's a really, really good discussion piece about that in the manual that I highly recommend reading. And DC Designs, if that manual's not available publicly, I would highly recommend considering just publishing that as an article somewhere, because that was a really well-articulated way of describing some of what some people seem to go through. Okay. Okay. Now my EPU switch is back over here, so I can turn this off now. Done. Check. Whee! Okay. We've managed to get all the way through the first 2 checklists, and I haven't blown up yet, and we've got the engine started. I'm incredibly impressed. Okay. Whee! Alright. So what we're going to do is I'm going to quickly check my charts here. So we've got 15 knots. Going to be a 15 knot crosswind for our departure today. Okay. What is the active here? It looks like active is going to be 09 today. Okay, so it's a bit of a taxi today. I was hoping to depart on 27, but also we're going to be departing on 09. Alright. You did meet a real Concorde pilot. That would have been a fascinating experience there, Alpha Whiskey. That would have been so cool. Okay. All right. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I would definitely. Yeah, then in that case, folks, I would highly recommend, even if you haven't bought or you're sitting on the fence about the Concorde, I would highly recommend that at the very least that you have a look at the manual, read the manual. I probably should have pushed back further, shouldn't I? The little Nelly auto drive. I loved little Nelly. That was, I think my favorite Bonds were all the Sean Connery Bonds. All right, where are you going, Swiss? Okay, puckering. Okay, so tick. We're done. Okay. Okay, down 10 degrees. Oh, sorry, down 5 degrees. Oh, that's fantastic. That Super 8 would be incredibly valuable these days. All right, now I'm going to hope that the CG movement is now that, if I remember correctly, that's over. Where is my CG? I know there's a gauge for my CG. Let's try and remember where it is now. Ah, there it is. I think we're good. I think that was the right one. I think we're good. All right, engine mode, rating mode, climb. Set. I mean, it's just a shakedown flight, so that's what it is. Absolutely. Okay, engine ignition auto set to on set. Okay. I'm gonna have to check those in a second because I think we're going to set those very shortly. Did I just see an A380 hover? I think I did. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna whoop. Careful, I was going a bit off there. All right, we going left through here. Oh, is that what it is? Ah, right. Okay. Let's check. Ah. New Georgia Sky, hello and welcome to the stream. We are flying London. We are flying Heathrow. We are flying Heathrow to JFK today. I hope not. Okay, so just gonna skip ahead on this one at the moment, because I'll check the air intakes. I'm gonna hope that they're correct. We're just gonna roll with that. Okay, we're on normal flyover, normal. Check. Set to 88. Check. Check flowing. All on. Check. Alright. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know why I didn't like you there, Rockview. That's the plan. It is absolutely the plan. Though, historically, The Concorde, in some weather conditions, may not have made it. Didn't always make it to Mach 2, and sometimes would only sit at 1.98. I feel there's a traffic jam here. Okay, but we're going to use this opportunity of a traffic jam, so I can finish this checklist here. So we're going to change to our engineer view. There we go. All right. All right, where are my de-air pumps? So engine feed, cross feed, they're all on, they're all checked. Pressure's good. Looking to see if there's something glowing behind a cover, rocket cover for me. Bottom center, right. Yes, there we go. De-air pumps are set to on. Check. Okay. To notice this, yeah, exactly. That was one of the cool things that I didn't realize until I was reading the manual that that's a thing. Okay, so we're on speed select. Okay. So our initial is going to be set to when we engage auto throttle, it'll be 240 knots with the initial speed after we airborne. And we'll continue our lineup. And we're going to set our altitude. Our initial altitude is going to be 4,000 before we start our turn. Okay, and we've got our GPS set. Okay. Okay. Alright, landing lights. Alright, Speedbird 2-4. Hold short, 9 right. I am nervous doing this. I remember from your FSX version that things happen stupidly quickly as you once you take off. Alright, so. Alright, we'll line up and hold. So, we'll go full throttle, then we'll go reheat on. 13 degrees, nose up at 170 knots. Once we become airborne at approximately 200 knots and we have positive rate, we'll bring the gear up. We'll be looking for 250 knots, reheat off once we hit 250 knots, aiming for a climb rate of 4,000 feet per minute. And I always got to remember that with the Concorde, because my nose gear is actually behind the cockpit, like significantly behind the cockpit, you've actually got to let the nose go a little past where you think you have to turn in order to turn. In fact, I had to go a little bit further, I think. Okay. Alright. Am I going to make a mess of this? Let's find out. Okay. I'm nervous. I don't want to make DC Designs look bad. Alright. Okay. We are set for takeoff. Strap yourselves in, folks. Alright. Throttles forward. Alright. Let's bring the noise. $80 knots, 100, 120, 140, 160, 170, 13 degrees nose up. Airborne. Gear up. 250 knots. Reheat off. Okay, bring the nose down, pitch down, losing airspeed. Okay. Oh, that's going down, that's not good. Okay, IS. Okay, what did I not program correctly on my AP? Here we go. Auto throttle 1 and 2. IS holds. IS on. $250 knots. Okay. $400 knots. I knew I was forgetting something. Thank you. This is the thing, is that everything happens really fast in the Concorde. Holy shit, does it happen fast. Okay. Yeah, 45,000. All right. Next is nav. So we need to go tracking select, and we go INS nav mode. And we're going to go altitude acquire. Okay. All right. So let's see what I met. What did I miss? Okay. So if I missed that one. AP. Okay. 45,000 feet. I missed the adjustment to that one. SP 400 knots. Okay. Seeking 15,000. So let's go 15,000. We're 15,000. Let's seek 15. It is getting a little icy, isn't it? Okay. So, visor is up. Okay, where is my de-ice? Pitot heats are on. Intro heaters are good. Okay, let's have a look at my VSI. Forward panel alongside landing lights. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Forward panel. Landing lights. Retract. De-ice on. There we go. Whew. Okay. Alright, let's have a look. Okay, so we are currently at 4,000. Okay, so we're currently shooting for 15,000 feet, 400 knots. Okay. Jesus. Okay. That was a little stressful. But we got there. Okay. So my next stage of this is going to be starting our climb towards 45,000 feet. Okay. So let's close that one up for now. So next stage of our climb is going to be heading up to 26,000 feet, if I remember correctly, is the next one. My airspeed is low, isn't it? IAS acquire. That's better. I had IAS hold, not IAS acquire on. Right, my bad. Okay, climbing to 25. Sorry, 26, because we're heading west. Okay, alright, so now that I've got the AP, I think, set up, we've got a 400 knots crew, I've got my 400 knots acquire. Haha! No worries, thank you so much for dropping by, DC Designs. Thank you so much for walking me through that. Here's... Holy shit, folks. Things happen very quickly with this aircraft. Holy crap. It's been several years since I've flown the Concorde, and the last one I flew was DC Designs one was for Prepared. And I forgot how quickly things happen with this aircraft. That rotate that, if you get that sequence wrong, which I did, we almost fell out of the sky because I got the wrong airspeed settings. Whew. She just looks fast, doesn't she? I'm glad that you consider what we've flown so far to be smooth, Rockview. I feel honoured for that one. Yeah, there you go. See, look, how beautiful is this aircraft? Oh, I am. Okay, put it this way, folks. This takeoff went a hell of a lot more smoothly than my first several in FSX and Prepared went. She is a very pointy boy. Symbol, hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastically well. Don't sell yourself short there, Mr. Rockview. Okay, so let's just go through a couple of things now that we're airborne. Okay, initial throttle is on. Beacon. We can turn our logo lights off now. Pitos are all good. Okay. Alright, so we're passing through 25,000. Okay, so now we need to head up to 45,000. Now, while we're over the UK, while we're over the ground, then we actually can't. So I was about to talk about that flight sim race sim. So because we're currently over sort of non-military over populated areas, we can't actually go supersonic yet. So we won't go supersonic till after we cross into the Irish Sea. And then we will be switching over to Mac, and we will be setting Mac to, we're doing a Mac number, and then we'll be setting it to initially to Mac 0.95, which is actually what I actually should be doing right now, as I should be setting Mac 0.95. Now, I gotta remember how to change to Mac hold now for this one. Oh, Sian, you are absolutely 110% correct, and welcome to the stream, by the way. I hope you're doing fantastically well. Now, how do I switch this to Mac is the question. I wonder if I can go Mac holds. Okay, no, I said it's hold. Alright, I gotta remember how to change that to Mac 1. Next, okay, so it is Mac hold there. Okay, right, then we'll just change it over to, we'll do a Mac somewhere. Okay, where is my, I'm gonna have to do the Mac oh, that's right, there's actually an engineer's note for this. There it is. So Mach 2 is 500 knots indicated at 55,000 feet. Right, so that's what we're going to have to do. We'll be setting it for 500 indicated. So what we're going to do is we'll stay at 400 knots until we clear the Irish Sea. Then we'll set our indicator to, we'll go to Mach hold, and we'll go from there. Yeah, once we clear that one, thank you very much. Good point. Thank you for the reminder there. I did forget that one. Thank you very much. Well, let's have a look. So this is one of the cool things. Let's just quickly bring up the camera so we can see that. So we've got a little sticky note here to remind you that of your conversions. So 1 kilogram equals 2.2 pounds, and Mach 2 equals 500 knots indicated at 55,000 feet. And when you're doing some calculations, your ground speed for your ETA is your true airspeed plus or minus wind. And This was it's that great little cheat sheet that's there for you, so we don't have to Google our own or have our own like tablet, have our own flip charts and calculators in front of us while we're flying. We can just simply look over and go, oh, there it is. And we've also got this neat little thing here is rule of 60, so 360 knots ground speeds, 360, 60 minutes, 6 nautical miles per minute, just accordingly for airspeed. So descent 100 nautical miles out from 20,000 feet. So that's going to become really, really important as we're coming into JFK, because we're going to be needing to do this one for this one. Well, because what I'm going to be trying to do coming into JFK is we're going to be trying to shoot the approach at on 2-2. On the ILS for 2-2. So we're going to have to be taking over from our pre-planned INS GPS course and switching over to a nav, doing a radio nav with radio navigation. So we will be switching that over as we approach the American coastline, because we're going to have to track north of where our current course is set, because our course is currently the flight plan that we have that ships with the aircraft. That one has us coming in on the northbound runway. But instead, I want to be coming in, but the winds, from what I've checked out, indicates we're going to be coming in on 2-2. So we're going to have to do a bit of a change thing there with that one. I think you might be right. I think you're right. I think I might have actually just gone supersonic. I think you're right. Whoops. We'll just have to, apologise to the apologise. We're probably going to get a written from the British Air Transportation Safety Board. I'm going to be hydrating with your windows. Let's have a look here. Well, we've got another couple of miles to go. We're just about to. Yep, we've gone supersonic because it's really awfully quiet out here. So, yep. We went supersonic. Can we also point out, just for a moment, that that's the way we can tell with this sim? This sim is so well modeled that the environmental sounds and the sound set and the environmental conditions are so well modeled that it actually is correct that you don't hear the aircraft when you've gone supersonic because you are faster than sound. The sound cannot go in front of you. That's really cool. So personally, you are a user of the Colomata rendition in X-Plane, although you're highly anticipating the FS Labs rendition in Prepared. From what I've seen, they've done a really decent job with this add-on. It's not study it. So Siran, I think you put a really good you've kind of captured this really quite well, actually, because I personally, for one, I absolutely hate the term study level. I absolutely hate it. It was coined by a certain developer in order to justify selling his aircraft for $200 a pop. It is complete horseshit. And I say that as somebody who literally works in flight training and with multi-million-dollar sims on a daily basis. Because at the end of the day, whether you're flying in FSX, Prepared, X-Plane, Microsoft Flight Simulator, we are playing a game. Okay, we are role playing as pilots. Are some aircraft have more systems simulation? Absolutely, but at the end of the day, sitting in front of your computer or on your couch is not flying. If you've got a home cockpit set up, a little different. So we are all just playing a game. We are all role playing at being pilots. So, and any add-on that provides an 80% solution is something that is more than enough. And for this coming in, I believe it's coming in at around about this is coming in at around about $40 I think. That startup sequence that we just went through, that captures for me the fact that this is a 3-crew aircraft, and I did that by myself. So I'm going to point that out. Okay, so we are now officially over the North Sea, so we can actually, so hold that thought, folks. We're officially over the North Sea now. So we are now going to set our altitude to 58,000 feet. We're going to go altitude acquire. We're going to set, okay, so we're going to go... Oh, that... Okay, hang on a minute. Have I missed something? With my... Okay, I can go Mac holds. Okay. I feel like I've missed something somewhere. Because that's in knots, and it caps out at 400. Okay. I feel like I've missed something somewhere. Let's bring up our checklist again quickly. Climb. Here we go. Okay, 24,000, 50,000 feet, secondary nozzles. Okay, this is the part that's going to come back and bite me. Okay. Alright. Interest 9. Okay, so we're above that. Okay. Secondary noddles. This is the one I need to go to. Okay. Okay, so the auto. So we've probably actually already... So we've already blown through a lot of this. So this could be interesting. So we managed to do this without reheat. I'm impressed. Okay, hang on. Did we do it without reheat? Now I'm concerned. Because now I'm really concerned. Because if we had... Oh, shit. Well, that's awkward. Because we've had reheat on the whole time. That's awkward. That's going to hurt my fuel, I think. That's really going to hurt my fuel. Well, this is going to be interesting. Because, okay, so because I stopped to gas bag for too long, now I've probably screwed us for our flight. This could be interesting. Okay, so let's check on afters required. Okay, so where's our CG sitting? Okay. We use all available power. Okay. That's awkward. Alright. So let's see. Okay, so let's set to R for now. So we'll bring... Let's monitor that CG movement for a second. That would explain why we punched through Mach 1 while I was still in the climb, because I was expecting... I was targeting 400 knots, and I didn't, because I had reheat on. I've just blown straight through the speed on there. Okay. So we're going to go fuel transfer. Okay. Alright. Let's have a look here. Okay, so I'm going to need to go... Alright, I'm a little... Okay, and this is where it is interesting, because I know I'm going to do this one. Okay. See, I actually disagree, Flight Sim Race Sim. I prefer reheat, personally. Am I missing? Because I thought I could be able... Would I be able to dial how much I can transfer with this? Okay. Higher upper panel just above the tank. Okay. If you're really good, select how much a little rotary dial 5,000 kilos, fine. Upper panel just above tank 10 gauge. Okay. So, which one is my tank 10? Dial says selector. Okay. Of course, I'm going to be blind as normal. Oh, here we go. Selector. Fuel tank. Okay, so that's 9. Okay, that's tank 9, 5A, 10. Ah, got it. Okay, found it. There it is. Okay, let's do 5,000. Okay. Alright. I mean, although it didn't have air-to-air fuel, R1 may end up having that. Okay, so, and then fuel transfer, switch fuel aft. Switch the down position. Okay. Interesting. It's not giving me the option for... Oh, there it is. Okay. Down. There we go. Master rearward. Done. Set. There we go. Okay. Now we're good. So all the way down is off. Then we go rearward and then forward. Okay. Set. 5,000 kilos and moving. Right, that took a few minutes. That took a hot minute. Okay. Alright, engine anti-ice. Now, that is up here. Engine anti-ice is off. Check. They're set to auto. Now, at this point in the flight, these should be cleaned up, if I remember correctly. So I should be showing 0 on the ramps here. These should all be shut. Okay, center of gravity working its way to 58%. Only move them in manual mode. Okay, alright, awesome. Okay, so I'll leave them in auto, which is better. Okay, so we're still needing to move our center of gravity a bit further. Okay, transfer off, so we're going to go... Let's go a little bit more fuel. Okay. Okay, set to rear. Set. Okay. Transfer set to rear. We'll leave that going. Okay, valves 9, 10, 11 check closed. Okay. Shut. Yep, in auto check. Alright, reheat is off. I'm not trusting the auto throttle at the moment. Ah! Damn it, reheat, turn off. Okay. That's going to get an all. I mean, I potentially have flipped the wrong switch, which is, of course, very, very possible. Interesting how I've got the airspeed on, but it definitely has not gone with it. Okay. There we go. Okay. Whew. Auto throttle off. Alright, let's try... Pumps are set to on. Set to auto. Well, I can definitely say that this has been an interesting experience so far. So anybody who tells me that this aircraft is sort of not, hasn't got a level of systems fidelity on it, I think is lying. Because so far, it's got me perplexed, and definitely has got me bamboozled. Tank 11 valves need to be open. Okay, let's check to make sure they're open. That might be what's causing the problem. Alright, tank 11, valves open. I mean, if you're into system simulation, this is definitely... There's enough system simulation in this. There we go. CG's now moving. That was it. Okay. I have a funny feeling that we may have to slightly cheat with the mid-air refuel, I'm pretty sure, but we'll see how we go. Engine rate mode is needs to be set to cruise. Okay. All right. Now, where's my Mac number? Let's have a look. .3 only. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm used to being able to sort of switch there between that and Mac number. And where is my Mac number? Max cruise is required to be engaged to get you moving. Okay. Okay, engine rating is set to cruise. Check. Ah. Max cruise. Check. Okay. So yeah, so I'm only running at Mach 1.3 at the moment. Thank you very much for pointing that one out. Alright, so I'm slow. Alright, so I'm slow. And we've got reheat on again. Okay, let's get up to Mach 2. We've got to seek Mach 2. Yeah, I think I've got... Yeah, I think I climbed way too fast. I'm gonna... Yeah. It's the... Something about... Yeah, and I'll own this one. It was something about how I started flying this one is that I've ended up with the reheat... With the... I left the reheat was still on when I hit auto throttle. which meant that, yeah, we climbed really fast, but now we've got a lot of weight to do, so yeah, we're going to be burning a lot off. And now I'm high, and I have no idea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I won't either. Okay. Okay. Okay, stop the alpha. Okay, let's do that. Let's turn over here and let's go to our flight engineer. Let's turn the fuel transfer off. Fuel transfer off. All right. Well, we broke the speed of sound, but I don't know if we're going to get to Mach 2 tonight. Mm-hmm. Oof. This is... There's so much going on in this cockpit. I feel like I'm back in the 247 from last night. When we're trying to start that those old those old radial engines and keep them going. We're monitoring all the temperatures. This aircraft is an absolute marvel of engineering, and to think this was all done, as I said, like and please remember, folks, and this goes back. And sorry, I'll catch up on chat in just a little bit in a little bit here. But going back to the conversation before I was so rudely interrupted by trying to figure out why I was slow. The one of the things to remember is that the aircraft that we fly are multi-crew aircraft. I mean, for those who, especially those who fly airliners, this is a crew of 3. There is a lot that happens in this cockpit, as we saw during my my takeoff. Everything happens really, really quickly. So there's a crew of 3 in this aircraft for a reason. And with this particular aircraft, for example, I'm trying to do the roles of pilot, co-pilot, and flight engineer, and navigate all at the same time. So the fact that we've got this amount of realism in here, that's literally and you have to have 3 different headspaces for this, or at least 2 different headspaces. You got to have flight, you got to have pilot, but you've also got to have flight engineer, and trying to monitor everything at the same time. That's a challenge. That is a genuine, absolute challenge, and it's like, okay, all right, this is new. So getting all this together is going to be a bit of a challenge for me. So I'm not surprised that I've missed a few things. I'm not surprised I've missed a few things. Probably would have been better. But this is literally my first flight. I got this aircraft and I installed this a couple of hours, an hour before I flew it. This is my first ever flight in it. So I'm gonna say it's not too bad, considering I've never had a check ride in it. I think it's pretty good. The third pilot was a third wheel. Oh well, maybe. All right. So, all right, let's check. All right, let's go to the externals. I just love that silence. Now, what I'm concerned about is that vortex over there, which means my attitude is high. That is not good. That is absolutely not good. I'm losing speed. I need to move that fuel forward. Okay, I need to set... I'm forward now. So I need to go... Let's start with let's go up with 4,000 pounds. And we need to go forward. I was going to say, I'm at max, my throttles are full max, so let's kick the reheat in again. Alright, let's bring the noise. Alright. Um... 7 degrees out, yeah, so it's just, yeah, so we'll put the reheat back on, and we'll see if that can help. Thank you for the follow, Adam Wolski. Welcome to the crew, great to have you on board. The camera shake effect, so that's natively in the sim. If you're in the exhaust stream, you get a camera shake effect. That's actually built into the sim. So if you're in the sort of the wash of the aircraft of the aircraft engines, it naturally comes part of the sim. There we go. AOA reducing. I'm sorry. I love doing that. Okay. So we got, let's see if with the reheat on we can start getting our speed back up. I think we're getting good now. Ah! Okay. There we go. We're getting a bit of porpoising going on as we're correcting, but we're getting there. 1.2, Mach 1.2. Let's check my CG. I'm still a little tail heavy. Tom and Katie, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, Tom and Katie's Aura, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. I'm currently making an absolute fool of myself while trying to figure out how to fly this magnificent aeroplane. Alright, so we're 1.2, so we're losing speed. We've got a high AOA at the moment, which is concerning me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually take altitude hold off at the moment. I'm going to get this leveled out a bit. Okay, let's go. Let's try this again. Let's go altitude acquire, 58,000. Check my CG. CG is getting back in range. Yeah, I think descent to 5,000, 50,000 might... I'll go down to 55. So go back up to 55. Thanks for the vote of confidence. We probably will need them. See, what we need now is we need a Tornado F3. Sorry, a Tornado. Yeah, we need a Tornado F3 for Microsoft Flight Simulator so we can recreate that classic photo. The only known photo of Concorde flying at Mach 2, which was taken from the cockpit of a RAF Tornado Interceptor as she was leaving UK airspace. Okay. Bit of oscillation still, so that's probably going to be down to... I'm really concerned that we're going to be out of gas for this one. That is very true. Yeah, she had to. She was a very thirsty tornado. She was a very thirsty Tonka to get out of that. Okay. We're gonna move. Let's move another 4,000 forward. All right. So my concern is, yeah, that I think that my fuel balance right now is right out of whack. So that's why I'm getting the porpoising. So my CG is showing that I'm tail heavy. All right, let's check our tank contents. Okay. So I got 6,000 gallon. I got 6,000 pounds still in this one. Almost out of tank 9. So tank 10 is good. Tank 9 is almost empty. 2,000 left in 7. Just over 2,000 left in 5. Sorry, 5A. 5 is empty. 6 is just about empty. 7 and 8 are empty. Yeah, we're going to be needing fuel. Yeah, so you said to move to... Oh, yeah. Good point. Thank you very much. That's a good point. I missed that. Thank you very much. Whew. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to Mach 2, something tells me. At this point, I think we're going to be lucky to get fuel. We're going to lucky to get somewhere we're going to land. So because we haven't been able to sort of crack that yet, we are currently... Let me see if I can bring up the screen for everybody. Funny enough, there's currently... oh no, I think it's a Concorde going the other way. So currently, if I bring up this, if I swap screens... this is where we are. That's where we need to get to. Something tells me this is not going to go as well as planned. It is, yeah, we're about, I'm not even going to say a third of the journey, and I'm pretty sure we've already drained, 4 of our main tanks have already been drained. We might still... Okay, here we go. So this actually answers it. So my rear trim tank is full. That's why I'm porpoising. So it absolutely is. So I need to move that fuel forward. So it absolutely is. For some reason, so I'm... Okay. So let's check this out again. So, okay, so we want to move... 2.2 pounds kilograms, so I want to move 10,000 pounds, so I want to move 5,000 kilograms. Okay, so let's transfer off. Okay, so transfer is set to off, set to norm. We want to move 5,000, let's move 6,000 kilograms. And we want to move it forward. There we go. Right, okay. Now we should start smoothing out. I'm hoping. I may be wrong. Let's try going back up to 58,000 again. Yeah, as I said, I was DC. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say I'm not even close. At this point, we will probably use the magic of a flight sim, and we'll probably do a mid-air refuel. Whoa. Uh, that's looking more like a space shuttle launch right now than anything. So I think we want to not do that. This has definitely been a ride so far, that's for sure, folks. Whew. This is. Can I just say that this is stressful? Um, I mean, see, here's the fun. So apparently, I need to know my sort of type of airliner apparently because apparently, you know, what was it with the 247 last night? You know, apparently everybody else made a mess of it. Yeah, well, you know, managed to blow up engines. We not only did we get through an entire like flight with successfully using like vintage 1920s radio navigation, we managed to apparently, according to Vitas, the only sort of streamer or YouTuber that did not manage to destroy like an engine on during a live stream. And then we had to spend 30 minutes deliberately trying to kill an engine. Put me in a Concorde, though, and I will mess it up completely within the first hour. See, the worst part is DC Designs is that I am going to be determined to have a successful flight with this damn thing. So I know damn well that we will be back for more airliner flying until I can do this flight and I can do it right. Yeah, I haven't blown the engines on this either yet. We're going to starve them of fuel very shortly. Okay, how's my CG? Whoop, how's my CG looking? Little tail heavy, but we're getting better. I just love the sort of porpoising contrail that I've got behind me as well. So damn stressful. Celestial Navigator, hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastically well. Black Wolf's 11, great to see you. Long time no see. Hope you're doing fantastically well as well. Welcome to the stream. Okay. I'm going to try and sort of trim, see if I can get some trim going with this. Because we're Mac 1.4 at the moment. Which is not, it's not Mac 2. Okay. Yeah, true. But I'm watching my VSI, and I'm trying to get it to sort of sit around about sort of 1,000 feet. I'm happy with 500 or 1,000 feet VSI. I can work with that because she was always in a gentle climb. So her cruise profile was a cruise climb profile. So for Concorde, when she was cleared for cruise, her flight plan actually had her set from. She actually had a vertical block of airspace from 50,000 to 60,000 feet. Like that was her cruise. Like she was just, she was by herself. But that's because that during the flight she slowly climbed. The engines got more efficient as she got lighter, so she was able to do that. 1,000 feet per minute is not right. I think it was about a 500 foot per minute ascent rate. Just gently, she just climbed ever so slightly over the whole priming. So I want to try and trim it down to that. Because I'm not trusting the speed hold at the moment, because apparently it just throws the burners on. There we go. Now slight descent, but we should pick up speed, so we can boost over that. There he goes. Yep. So it's adjusting. Okay, let me check my CG. Still a little tail heavy. Still a little tail heavy. So we'll need to do something about that. It is mixed, shall we say, Kiwi? It is rather mixed. DC Designs has already predicted that we do not have enough fuel to get to where we're going, and I tend to agree with him. I'm going to need to transfer some more fuel forward, so let's do that now. Okay. So we're going to go fuel pump, transfer to set to off. Okay, we're going to move another 6,000 kilos. Okay. Okay, so we're then going to move master forward. See, part of the challenge of an aircraft like Concorde Kiwi is the fact that your aircraft performance change. Well, like all aircraft do, but especially for something like Concorde, the only reason why she has the range that she does is because her float profile changes because of the burning of fuel. So that's why it's really, really important to actually do that. So sitting in Mach 1.2 again. All right. Now the question is, does people remember what DC Design said was the keyboard shortcut for moving around the cabin? Was it Alt and then arrow? Yeah, I figured it. Yeah, I figured that the liveries for this were going to pop up thick and fast. Oh, it might be because I got track IR. It might have actually removed all of those key bindings for moving around the cockpit. I wonder if that might be the case. So unfortunately, I think we're going to not be able to wander around the cockpit, which is a bit of a shame. How is my first officer? My first and second officer are doing good. My first officer is currently snoozing just beside me. You can probably just see his the back of his head. He's just beside me there. Second officer Fluff is, I'm not 100% sure where. He's probably napping in bed, actually, to be honest. Yeah, the Pepsi one. So the Pepsi one was a marketing campaign. Did you know that the Pepsi one actually couldn't go supersonic? Because it's the paint wouldn't actually let it. I mean, they definitely would have PBR. I mean, as I said, the model would have been, so DC Designs obviously had the model previously from when they made it for FSX Prepared. So I mean, that doesn't surprise me. But of course, it has PBR in it, which I suppose the prepared version did have PBR, but it was a different type of PBR though. So fair enough. I mean, I still think that the interior textures and the textures overall look absolutely stunning in this sim. So we're not going to begrudge DC Designs for reusing what was already a really high quality model and updating it for the new sim. And I guess the question is, though, if it's like or it's the same as, because those are two different statements. Okay, so we've Mach 1.5. So we won't, as I said, I think just because of we made a mess of the ascent. We definitely are not going to be able to. We're not going to hit Mach 2 today. However, now I did notice that now that we've got the aircraft stabilized and the center of gravity is better, looks like we are getting a bit smoother, getting a bit more speed up. All right, I'm going to risk this because I'm going to need a refill of my coffee. All right. All right. 1.53. Now, if we manage to get enough fuel to get us there, which I said I'm not 100% sure that we will, but we'll see. Okay, we need to move some more fuel out of that trim tanks and move them forward. So let's jump into here with our trim tanks. Okay, so trim transfer off. So we're going to transfer about 3,000. Let's do 2,500. Let's do 3,000 kilos. Actually, you know what? Actually, let's leave it as is at the moment because we're pretty much spot on our center of gravity at the moment. So let's leave the CG alone for now. So we've disabled the pump for now. So we're good to go for a bit. So this is really, so what's really interesting about this is that I think this is going to be something that's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, for DC Designs, is that because and I suppose this is actually an interesting sort of thing I've been thinking about here because, so for example, now again, I don't have this, so I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to defer to anybody who does have it. But in the PMDG DC6, for example, you have a flight engineer that can automate and do a lot of these tasks for you. DC Designs does not have that. Excuse me, you have to do it yourself. So that actually poses, as I was saying before, like, you're not just flying the aircraft, you also have to be monitoring the systems and actually be engaged with the systems as well. So again, this is actually a really great example, just like we saw with the Wing 42's 247, of a level of detail that I think is going to surprise a lot of virtual aviators, and really provides a great sort of some great options and some great challenges as well about how you sort of get involved and how you get engaged with your aircraft. This aircraft is not going to be one where you can just simply, push the throttles forward, punch the autopilot on, and then go away and sleep for 6 hours, or 2 hours. You have a 2-hour nap for whatever while this flies across the Atlantic. You actually have to fly this aircraft because you have to monitor, you have to move the fuel around, or else the aircraft just doesn't fly. So this is actually a really, really good, another good example of if you want to be engaged with your aircraft, and we talked about role playing, how we all role play as pilots before. If you actually want to be engaged with your aircraft and be challenged with how you fly and what you fly with, and I think my trims are off at the moment, this is a great aircraft to really get into, I think. Okay, hang on. Okay, we're Mach 1.7. It's all about getting that trim right, isn't it? It really is all about getting those trims right. Oh, this is... So we've got a 1.73. Trim, and we're trimming up. She's in a slight descent at the moment, but that now she's gently rising again. So she's gonna. That's fine. A little bit of porpoise like that. Yeah, the flight engineer, they would never stop for the entire flight. There'd be a lot of stuff to be moving around. So I'm sort of like nervous to go get a refill of my coffee, but I have to do that because I need to keep going. So folks, while we keep hunting Mac 2, what we're going to do is that we're going to go for a quick break here. Because we've just crossed over 1/3 of the way, so we may do the magic of flight simulation and do a mid-air refuel in a little bit. But folks, what we're going to do is we're going to have a quick break here. So we're going to go. We're about 5-6 minutes. So I'm going to grab a refill of my coffee, visit the little pilot's room, and if you've been here since the beginning, make sure you grab yourself a beverage as well. And we'll be back in about 6 or so minutes, hopefully to a Concorde that's still flying, and we'll see you after these messages very, very shortly. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and let's see how that break went, because I'm not 100% sure. Sonderayu, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello and welcome. Watching me make an absolute fool of myself trying to fly this magnificent, long, pointy, fast thing. Raiders, hello and welcome. My name is NovaWing24. I am an Australian-based flight sim content producer with who's normally allergic to airliners. So this is going to be a very interesting stream for me tonight. Not sure how things have not gotten off to a great start. First Officer Fluff, welcome back to the flight deck, sir. Yeah, if we end up in those clouds, you're absolutely right. We definitely will have problems. But hey, Mac 2, we got there. we got there. Mac 2, we got there. And we're at 63,000, so we actually climbed. So we're gonna need to check our trim, because I'm betting my CGs. No, my CG is perfect. Okay, right. And there it is. If anybody's not sure, there we go. So we didn't have to fudge the dials at all for the for anybody. We managed to hit Mach 2. I'm going to retard those throttles just a little bit. Right, okay, so objective was completed. We hit Mach 2. We a little bit over 60,000 feet, so we're going to descend back down to 60,000. Okay, so now I need to not completely make a mess of this. Make a mess of this rest of the flight now is what I need to do. Okay. So if you buy the Concorde off the website, we have to update it manually. So, Katie's all right. The answer to that is yes. You will have to update it manually if you buy it from the website. So if you buy it from justflight.com, which is currently the only place it's available, what Just Flight do. So, by the way, yeah. So this stream proudly brought to you by DC Designs and Just Flight tonight. Just Flight will when you buy the aircraft from Just Flight, it gets added to your Just Flight account. You'll get an email notification through when there's an update to any of your add-on aircraft, and all you need to do is then just log into your account and select the and re-download the installer, and then just run the installer, and it'll remove any files it has to remove, and it will add any files it needs to add in. And yeah, Captain Anubis makes a really great point. It's one of the pros and it's the great pros and cons conversation about buying. Do you buy from the in-sim marketplace versus buying from a third-party retailer? If you buy from the in-sim marketplace, basically updates are not quite automatic, but they're a lot more seamless. However, they are a lot longer to get to your sim. If you buy from third-party retailers, whether that be Just Flight, Orbix, or direct from an OEM, then you will get those updates as soon as they're released. If you buy from the Microsoft Marketplace, you will be waiting a little bit. Grimburrow, that is also a okay. So Grimburrow, I'm gonna give you a bit of okay. Hang on. Let me get this aircraft trim back out again, because I need to trim it back out. Because I want to address that question. Actually, I do want to address that question, because what you said is partially true. It is partially true. Okay. I'm porpoising again a little bit here, so I need to address this first. Let me check that CG. Yeah, we're still inside our CG limits, which is good. Okay, that should be enough trim to come back out. Okay, so Grimburrow, okay, so for those who may not know, I'm a content. So not only do I make not only do I stream, not only do I make content on YouTube, I also am a texture artist for flight simulation. I've been doing texture art for flight simulation for a decade. Microsoft Flight Simulator introduced a new, not a new way of a preferred way of repainting, which is you paint directly in 3D. So you print directly using a 3D model, whether you use Blender, whether you use 3ds Max, whatever you use, you paint directly with a 3D model. It's just the nature of the meshes that they use and the way they design them. Which is fine. It's actually a really great way to paint. And we've done a few. We've done some of our stream and learn. Every now and again, I'll do a livery stream where you guys and girls get to see my my creative process. And it's a really great way of doing it, because you can get a lot of fine detail, and you can get markings and fine details done really, really well in 3D. However, the best way to do it is you need access to the LOD 0 model, which is the highest quality detail model. Now, anything that's sold or released through the Microsoft Marketplace, or anything that's part of the deluxe or premium deluxe package of the sim, as part of the DRM, they actually encrypt the LOD 0 model as an anti-piracy, as an anti-theft technology, which is great to protect developers. Unfortunately for repainters, it kind of screws us. Now, you can work with a LOD 1 model which is what I did with all the P51s for the Reno pack. So I've released quite a few repaints now for the Reno P51s, where I had to paint using the LOD 1 model, which for 90% of the aircraft is fine. You can get away with it, but for 10% of the aircraft, it is a freaking nightmare. And you have to then go through and do a lot of editing after the fact inside of your graphic editing program, and it's a lot of troubleshooting, it's a lot of editing, it's a lot of just nitpicking, and it's a nightmare. So it is actually one of those things where, can you work around it? Yes, you can, but it's time and effort is what it is. It's no. I disagree with you. It's free to repaint from anybody. You can as I said, I've done repaints for the Reno P51s, and I was able to do that. The difference is that the post-production part and the finalization of that livery takes 5 times as long as it does for, say the Aeroplane Heaven P51, and that's simply due to the fact that that I have to do all those last minute adjustments and editing. So you can repaint regardless of where you buy it from or where you source the model from. It's just how much effort do you want to spend to make it look right is the question. And I have had numerous very animated discussions with developers about this, because it is something that does need to be addressed. Because it is a challenge, and it definitely just takes a lot longer for us to be able to produce content if you do it via the market, if you're using an encrypted LOD, if you're using a LOD 1 model rather than LOD 0. It also stops us using things like the decal system. So if you have access to a LOD 0 model, you can actually recompile the model to produce a model with custom decals or other custom modifications on it. It's actually something that I'm currently working on. I'm currently working on a mod for the Cessna Caravan, because I have access to the LOD 0 model. If I didn't have access to the LOD 0 model, I would not even be able to do the project that I'm working on. So it's one of those things where it's its pluses, its minuses. It's great because it protects the investment of it's DRM, so it protects the developer, but it is also painful as well for other reasons. The other best thing I can say is, Grimbro, talk to the developer. Reach out to the devs and see what they have to say. And establish a working relationship with developers. It's what I've done over the years. I've got a good established relationship with many developers now. I do contract work for several devs as well. So there are solutions to the problems, but you have to work. But you've got to work with them as well. Now I need to trim this back up again because it's dropping again. Okay, let me check that CG. Okay, still in there. The Dornier, yes, the Dornier did get released. It got released yesterday. So it is now available. It comes in 2 variations, a passenger and a freight version. Yusef, hello and welcome to the stream. Well, that's a really great question. Do we know how much fuel I need for the flight? Yes, we did at the start. However, let's just say the en route climb did not go according to plan, so we burnt a lot more fuel than we were supposed to. So we may have to use the wonders of flight simulation to do something that this aircraft can't do in order to enable us to get to where we're going. That's all right, Grimbro. That is absolutely fine. No problems at all. It's part of my. I hate using the word mission, but it kind of is that I want a better understanding of both our virtual world, but also the challenges that we both that we all face as part of it. And because unfortunately it is a fine line to walk, because unfortunately there's a certain nefarious website out there that is basically dedicated to piracy of flight sim developers' content, and it is absolutely shameful and criminal. And do not kid yourself, folks. Piracy is theft. Okay, it is just the same as you going to a store and stealing a disc, or stealing a CD, or stealing a computer. It is exactly the same. So please don't no. So it's no, Kiwi. There's somewhere else actually that's even more blatant about it. So make no mistake, folks. Software piracy is theft. It is 110% theft. Do not kid yourself. Do not think that you're trying before you're buying or anything like that. It is 100% theft. And unfortunately, what we have to do is that we have to balance and here's the thing: if we want to see add-ons like this amazing Concorde, if we want to see add-ons like the Boeing 247 get developed, then we have to stamp out piracy. We have to work with devs to be able to get content and make sure that they have a return on investment, because we are talking about people's lives here. When you steal an add-on, you're not sticking it to the man or anything like that. No, you're literally stopping a developer from buying their child their birthday present. You are stopping. You are making a developer go, why should I spend thousands upon thousands of hours, and thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, putting all the work into creating these add-ons if it's just going to be stolen? Like, this is the thing. If you want to see add-ons continue, we need to stamp out piracy. It's finding a balance between those two things is what we have to do. And we as a community need to speak up about it. One, we need to take a stand against piracy. That's the first thing we need to do. And then secondly, we need to start saying to OEMs of saying, what are our options? Give us alternatives. Bring down your prices. Now, we talked about this last night on the stream. So I'm just going to sort of get out of the engine noise for a second here while we do this. So we talked about this extensively on last night's stream when we were talking about Wing 42 and their release of the Boeing 247, or their impending release of the Boeing 247, because they're releasing an aircraft that is, as far as I'm concerned, the most detailed rendition of an airliner. With so many amazing additional features, and they're releasing it for $20. That would, if you were comparing it to other airlines of ilk, they could easily charge $80 for it and justify the price based on the market. But instead, they're taking a stand not only against piracy, but also for us as the community to make content more accessible and more available and more affordable. So we need to make sure that we support devs that take their commitment to our community seriously, and support those as well. And Alpha Whiskey makes a good point. At the end of the day, developers are entitled to set whatever price point they want, but a balance has to be found between making sure that that the devs get paid for the hard work that they put in, all the incredible amount of hard work that they put in, but also that it's affordable and accessible to the community. And $160, $200 for an add-on is not accessible. $20, $30, $40 is accessible. So that's the kind of position that we sort of have that's the where we have to navigate the where's the fine line, where's the balance line. And for every developer, that line is going to be different. But what Microsoft Flight Simulator has done, Microsoft Flight Simulator has democratized flight simulation in a way that no other sim has been capable of doing before, until now. So there are more virtual aviators than ever plying our virtual skies. So making content affordable means that more aviators can be part of the hobby, can get access to the content, and that will encourage them to buy more content again. We also have to make sure that we use review systems the way they're intended, and that we have to that we use them in a constructive way, but also that when we see developers being dodgy shits, that we take a stand against that. And I will absolutely, I named and shamed last night, or name and shame again tonight. Braydock, is one of those devs. There's another one whose name I won't mention, who has literally was caught red-handed pirating other developers' content and selling it on platforms. And that particular dev has released multiple aircraft over the course of the last 12 months. And all they do, they buy the cheapest, nastiest 3D model they can, do the absolute bare minimum of level of work on it, and then slap a bunch of default gauges in it, do not do any kind of research into what paint schemes look like, how content actually looks, and then just slap a bunch of default gauges in, which there's nothing wrong with using default Asobo gauges when it's appropriate, by the way. I want to stress that. But if it's not appropriate, like, you do not put a default Asobo Garmin G1000 in a freaking Su-57 or a Eurofighter. You don't do it, because that's complete horseshit. And then expect customers, people, you and me, to then pay $50 for that thing. Like, that's crap. And that needs to be called out. So, yeah, it's a thing. Newen, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Piracy hurts everyone. If devs can point at rampant piracy and claim that's why the sales are low, then and the prices won't give a damn. Exactly. And if there's no piracy and the sales are low, they'll have to cut their prices. That is a great way of looking at it. One can also feed the other, because as an interesting example here, again, I'm going to quickly check the trims here. We're going to trim that back up again a little bit more. So, as a bit of a case study, Australia is a bit of a case study in piracy and affordability. So, Australia was the number one nation of all the nations of the world. Australia was number one for pirating music and TV and film. This was back in the early 2000s. Australia was the number one nation for pirating audiovisual content. Then streaming services started launching in Australia, where instead of having to wait 6, 12, 18 months to 6, 12, 18 months to see a TV show or have a movie come out of the cinemas in Australia, then they would instead of having to wait a year and a half before your content came out, then you would see it within a day or a couple of days. So suddenly, and the same happened with music, same happened with movies, and suddenly piracy rates in Australia fell off a cliff. Like, they almost stopped, because we were getting the content at an affordable price, and we were getting it at the same time as the rest of the world. So I will agree with you, Alpha Whiskey, that you're right. Developers can point to piracy and say that's why they've got to keep their prices high. But if you put in the elements to give customers alternatives, to say, instead of pirating this add-on that costs $100, instead I'm going to spend $50 or $40 and I'm going to buy it. That gives a bit of a better incentive as well. Does the iOS Jabiru have the default GPS as a copy? It does, because that is a valid avionics option for the Jabiru in real life. So that's why I caveated that statement before, Kiwi, where it is perfectly fine to use default Asobo gauges when it is appropriate. And that Jabiru also has custom coding of the engine dynamics, custom coding of the fuel system, custom flight dynamics that actually mimic the real aircraft. So Iris put the work in. Did they take a shortcut with the avionics? Absolutely, because why reinvent the wheel? So that's something that you know, I sort of look at all this and saying this is something that's very, very important here, and that is not right. Scott, hello and welcome to the stream. Folks, say hello to Scott from Just Flight. Scott, thank you so much for joining. It's wonderful to have you sharing the skies with us tonight. Things are not going well, by the way, in this flight. But hello, great to see you. Hopefully, everybody is going to enjoying me watching me make an absolute fool of myself. By the way, exactly, Kiwi. It's that kind of thing that Australia has always suffered from, and it wasn't until the arrival of streaming services that we started seeing that happen. So. You know, I will always, and there it is. That's why, because I need to change the pumps again. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to need to trim, and then we're going to have to jump to our engineer station, and we're going to change this. Okay. So we need to move. Okay. Fuel transfer off. Okay, we're going to need to move, where are we? Let's move 5,000 kilos further, let's move 6,000 actually. There we go. Okay, pumps on. Alright, there we go. Alright, was he flea visit? No worries at all. Scott, thanks very much for stopping by. Great to hear from you. Great to see you again, as always. Yeah, Dean was in earlier talking me through the takeoff process. Unfortunately, I missed the fact that the auto throttle tends to like the afterburners. So that was rather awkward. But anyway... it's a good question. I am running DX11 because DX12 is still in beta and has a lot of quirks and issues with it, so I do not run DX12. Yeah, exactly, Vash. I remember movies sort of being advertised that were then, you know, that were... yeah, they were out in I'd be talking to friends of mine in like the US and the UK, and they'd say, you know, such and such a movie was out, and it's like, well, okay, well, when's it coming out here? And then suddenly a movie would come out here, and I'd say, oh, this movie looks cool, I'm gonna go see it, and they're like, oh, well, we saw that 2 years ago, and it's like, well, shit. So yeah, look, it's a tough conversation to have around about. Yeah, piracy is not a good thing, and as Alpha Whiskey pointed out before, it hurts everybody. So it absolutely helps everybody. It hurts everybody. It helps no one and hurts everybody. And all it does is fund a bunch of criminals who profit by stealing your data and making money off the ads on their sites where they promote their stolen content. So, folks, buy from devs. Katie Zori, you now own the Concorde. Congratulations. Welcome to the Concorde Club. It is wonderful to have you here. As I monitor my fuel here, because that's not looking good. Oh, shit. That's not good. That's not good at all. That is not good at all. Okay. Alright. And we're in the middle of the Atlantic, so this definitely is not going to go well. Alright. Okay, so we're going to transfer off a second. We're going to move. Okay, we're back in range. Okay, we're back in range. Now I really hope that this... Oh, shit! That's not good. Well... You're right. I don't have to worry about that fuel at all. Yep. Because I knee-jerk reaction, because I was focusing on flight engineer duties, I because I was on flight engineer duties, I wasn't watching out the window, and we pitched down violently, and I tried to pull us out and overstressed the aircraft and broke her back. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, shit. So I had disengaged the autopilot. I had the autopilot on for nav hold, but I disengaged it earlier in the flight for altitude hold because while I was addressing the trimming issues, because she was porpoising quite severely, and I forgot to re-engage altitude hold. So that's what happened with that. So where did I get to in the end? Okay, let's have a look. Actually, you know what? I think we would have been able to at least divert to Nova Scotia. I think we could have at least diverted to Nova Scotia because that's how far we got. So we were well over halfway. We were well over halfway, and I think we could have diverted to Nova Scotia if we weren't going to make it to yeah. I think you're right, Alpha Whiskey. I need to turn damage back off on my sim. You're absolutely right. Well, that was awkward. That was very, very awkward, that was. So... Well... Right. Okay. We're not reflying that whole thing. Now I got to figure out how we go. All right. Now, let me figure out where we were and see if I can approximate it. So we're on the Great Circle. Can I spawn from little? Can I set a spawn location from little nav map? I know I could do that with Plan G. You could do the move to. Yeah, but yeah, Plan G. I know you can spawn to. Take the cohorts. Oh, okay, yeah, good point. All right, let me take the cohorts. Oh, yeah, good point. Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Okay, so let's first off, let's turn... Let's do that. Okay. So where are we? Let's have a look. Now, does it... Let's see if I can copy... Yeah, I can. Okay. Copy. Let's see if it'll recognize this. Not quite. No, I need 40, 46. Two. Okay. All right, so latitude is 45. Okay, come a little bit further there. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what I can do. Maybe I can do the flight plan with a start. Okay, let's see if we can do that. Okay, so let me just quickly try that on this one. New George, no, I didn't. Well, we landed in a way. We may have landed in pieces. Okay. So let's do. Okay, so let me do this through here. All right, 58,000 IFR. Export flight plan. Yes. Okay, let me see if I can load this in. Let's see if the sim likes this loading in. Kind of, not really. What? What? That was different. Let's go. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go start. Okay. Yes. Okay. It really doesn't like that first initial point, does it? Like, at all. Okay, let me try. Let's go delete. Okay, one more go. Nope. It really just does. It just randomly throws me on the other side of the world. That's a bit annoying there. Sharper Travel. You're a bit of a meme because obviously you missed the first half of the first, 2 hours of this stream. So you're welcome to think that if you'd like. But I'm pretty sure if you want to go back and check the VOD, that you'll find the startup process for this is pretty good. But, hey, the wonderful thing about flight simulation is that you are absolutely welcome to your own opinion, because that is the great thing about flight simulation. It is open to everybody. So there's departure. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we can bend the rules and we can do it this way. There we go. Okay, so it took the rest of the flight plan. I just need to reset the departure point. Okay, so it looks like we're good. Airborne at 5,000 feet's not going to work for me, though. So we're going to slew it up to the high altitude, though. Okay. All right. Okay. Do trim transfer tank. We'll drop trim fee tanks down. Main fuel transfer tank, that's fine. So we'll knock these down to around about 6. Let's drop them down to 70%. So, Sharper Travel, question, do you have it? And if not, did you bother to read the manual that's on the Just Flight website? Just out of curiosity. Because if you did, you'd actually know the answer to that question. And by the way, it also has full radio nav is modeled, so you don't need an INS. But I'm curious. Because we actually talked about this already, by the way. We even had the Devon here chatting about this. You have looked through it. Okay, so did you see the big section that was repeated twice in the manual that says they are going to implement a full SEVA INS once the flight sim is fully functioning and capable of delivering that? Did you miss that part? I'm going to guess that you probably did. Okay, so we're going to run with that. That's that set. All right, so let's try the navlog here. So yeah, so it's got the cruise altitude here, but it's interesting how I can't sort of check that. Custom departure. Yeah, and I can't. That's really annoying that we still can't change this. So that's a bit annoying, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. All right, so we got our flight plan ready to go. Let's try this again. All right. Well, I mean, so far tonight we've realised that the startup procedure is quite complex. That everything happens really quickly at takeoff, and that we did manage to get to Mach 2. And we did come in at 58,000. Okay, sweet. So the nav lied to us. Okay, this is good. All right. Now, the question is, how is this aircraft going to handle once we load in? So this could be interesting. All right, let's see how we go here. Okay. All right. All right, so let's go. Okay, so what we're going to do is we've got nav hold set. So, sorry, auto throttle's off. We're going to go AP1 and 2 is on. Flight director on. INS. Okay, altitude hold. We're going to set that for 60,000 feet. Do altitude holds. Okay, then we're going to jump over to the engineer station and we're going to check Wait, okay, so we're going to have to move our fuel around quickly. Okay, so transfer pumps are on. So we're going to need to dial up how much we're going to transfer. Let's start with transferring 5. Let's do 6,000 kilos. There we go, and we're going to transfer them back. Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright, let's check everything here. Okay, so we are level. Okay, looking good. All right, let me, now that we've got everything out. Okay, so this aircraft handled loading in mid-flight a lot better than I was expecting. I was not expecting it to be this smooth when we first loaded in, so I will take that. Now let me catch up on chat here at the moment. Yeah, okay, so that's funny. Yeah, an INS is possible, and that was noted in the manual that it's not possible for all Microsoft Flight Simulator users, which, by the way, includes Xbox users. So here's the thing: is that we are all virtual aviators, whether we choose to sim on PC or whether we choose to sim on Xbox is actually irrelevant. And one of the things that I absolutely cannot stand is this elitist bullshit that is a carryover from FSX days. There's a number of members of our extended flight simulation family who insist on being elitist and basically saying that, you know, unless you're flying a 797 and you're sitting there for 18 hours and you pay $500 a year for all of these, 10 bloody subscription services for navigation charts, and unless you sit there with a captain's hat on and a tie for the entire time, then you're not a real simmer. I'm sorry, you can GTFO. And the INS features, they are coming, and the dev has said very clearly on multiple releases, including pre-release and in the manual, that they will be integrating that completely when it is fully available across the entire Microsoft Flight Simulator ecosystem. So this is something that is going to happen eventually. It is going to get there, but we're just going to have to be patient. Now, in the meantime, do we not have an INS? Okay, we don't have an INS. But guess what? We have fully functioning radio navigation. Yes, there is a GPS sort of system in here to replace the INS, the INS features, but and what? So what? Um, yeah, yeah, and exactly. So, and here's another thing. At the end of the day, we are all role playing being pilots. So let's be really clear about something here. We are all role playing being pilots. Now, if we are all role playing being pilots, which means that if so and what that looks like for every virtual aviator is different. So if you're one of those people that wants to role play and wants to simulate every little nuance and every part of every procedure, then you know what? All power to you. I fully support you in what you want to do, 100%. If you want to go through the full load and spin up time of an INS, the full alignment process of an INS system, if you want to role play, the full experience of flying a transatlantic flight, I am all for you doing that. Okay, I 100% am. I support you because that's how you enjoy your sim. But that's not how everybody sims. And at the end of the day as well, sitting on your couch or sitting in front of your home computer, okay, is not the same as flying the real aircraft. It absolutely is not. So if you think it is, then I've got news for you, and it's all bad. So and just realised that my attitude is really high at the moment, so I'm going to get my speed up. So we always have to find a balance here. At the end of the day, we're flying a computer desk at home, and I say this as somebody who works with actual flight sims for actual aircraft every day. So it's about immersion, and Rockview said it earlier in the chat tonight. It's about your immersion, your thing. If you don't like it, if you want to wait until this aircraft has a fully functioning INS in it, then I support you absolutely. If you want to wait until then, go for it, because that's what works for you. For me, INS, I loathe, hate, and detest them. I have used them in sims in real life, and I absolutely hate them. But they are still a great fallback, and they're in many of the aircraft that I work with on a daily basis. So if that's what's important for you, that's great, but it's not for everybody. Now, I'm going to need to turn this altitude capture off for a second, and I'm going to trim the nose down. Get the speed back up, because we'll drop below Mach 1 again. So, and if that's what's important to you, fine. Okay, wait until the INS is fully featured and is added into this aircraft as a whole. But don't miss out on everything else that this add-on or other add-ons is able to give to the community, because it absolutely has something to offer. It's whether or not it's because it's not all about your experience. It's about what works for you. If that works for you, great. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. Work on something that does work for you. I was going to have to see where we are at the moment. Okay. I'm not liking that altitude change right now, so I'm trying to trim this back up. Come on, up you come. Try not to overstress the airframe again this time. But for, for somebody like myself who wants the experience and the 80% of what the challenge is of trying to be a 3-person crew by myself, you know what? This rendition of this aircraft in its current state is more than sufficient for me. Like, I'm loving the detail of it. The fact that I have to sort of move the fuel around in the aircraft to be able to get it right. And for example, like right now, for example, I'm going to need to... Fuel transfers off. Like, I'm going to move the fuel around again. Like, this is, the fact that you've got to move the fuel around, you've got to actively got to fly this aircraft, and not just, set the autopilot, a couple of buttons, and go to sleep for 8 hours. Like, you actually have to fly this aircraft. That, for me, shows that's got enough sufficient level of detail for me that I say this is a really well done add-on. This is literally my first flight with this aircraft. And has it been a bit of a mess? Absolutely. Well, technically, I suppose this is my second flight because we crashed the first one. Has it been a mess? Yes. But you know what? It's taught me so much about this aircraft. All right, 5,000. Okay, aft trim. There we go. Fuel moving back. That's why I was so nose heavy, is because I had too much weight in the nose. Alright, so we're going to pull that back. Exactly. Yeah. So, just catching up on chat here for a second here. So Chunky Aviation, hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastically well. 4 hours substitute with finished TMS and going to DCS, fly Hornet. Can't stand all the newest stuff in this. I mean, I deal with Milair most of the time as well. And it's always interesting there. Has an interesting upset with other. I know, right? It's like everybody has their own niche, and at the end of the day, we all sim the way we want to sim. If that doesn't work for you, that's fine. It doesn't have to. Here, Captain Anubis, never understood why people moan about add-ons. I always think to myself, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Exactly. They're equivalent to Keyboard Warriors and the Flight Sim world. The Flight Simming world is 100% full of keyboard warriors. It absolutely is. So 2 hours and 23 minutes left on the Cessna 172 for this Jack of all planes achievement. Nice! Airlock Doc, no worries. Thank you so much for dropping by the stream. Safe drive. The Blizzard is back in the UK. Nice. Chunky Aviation, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Okay. Alright, so we're going to change performance now to max climb, which will actually bring the nose down. There we go. I actually think I just figured out some of the nuances that I missed. So because I didn't set max climb, it meant that it would allow my aircraft to have too much trim. It had it was too open on the trims as it was climbing on autopilot mode. So when it got to capture the altitude, it was varying the trims too much, whereas max climb performance is what you do when you're close to that. Right, okay. Right, okay, so we hit that when we're almost at altitude. Metru and Papas, I can't pronounce that, but hello and welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Great, welcome to the crew. Great to have you all on board. How is the Concorde? It is fan-bloody-tastic. It is a challenge, it is a nightmare, and it is extremely well done, and it is driving me nuts in a wonderful way, if that makes sense. Okay, now the question is, there we go. Yeah, so it's a wonderful add-on, Michu. It's got a lot of challenges. This is my second flight technically because we just crashed my first one. So we're trying to finish our hop into New York. But it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm loving it. There's a lot of detail in here. And like I like to point out, and as you probably came in with my bit of my soapbox rant just before, is that it's an absolutely wonderful add-on. Is it, 110% accurate? No, it's an 80 to 90% solution, but it works within the confines of what the sim has to offer and has available to it. And in that regard, it's absolutely spot on. It is absolutely 110% spot on. So I think this is great. 900 followers. Wow. 900 of you keep track of what I'm up to. You're all nuts. But thank you so much. 900 of you in our crew. That is so awesome. With 900 members of the Nova crew. I never thought we'd get to that. I never ever thought we'd get to that. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining the Nova crew. It is great to have you here. All right. Okay, let's have a look here. Now, let's see how we're going. Okay. So, now we're going to be starting our descent relatively soon. Now, the next part's going to be interesting for landing. So, all right. So let's have a look at our checklist for this one. 200 set cross engine valves open, which we don't have to worry about because that's on automatic. Tanks, one for norms. Okay, fuel transfer set forward. We will need to set that shortly because we are still forward at the moment. Okay. Trigger transfer on. Alright. So we're back 1.5, so we're set, about 1.3. This thing did 8,000 feet per minute's descent rate. Wow, that's awesome. So we're going to make sure that we're going to make sure that we're subsonic by the time we get to 30,000 feet is what we have to make sure. Okay. Now, our aim is to come in to... runway 22 is going to be our aim. That's going to be our intended arrival today. Now I'm going to be checking my nav radios that we're going to set up shortly, because we're going to be taking a turn when we do that. So I'm going to give you a fixed view while I quickly move my head around a bit. Okay, so let's have a look here. We're looking at, what's the frequency of Kennedy? 115.90 is the VOR. Okay, so let's see if we can set that. So 115.90. Okay. Okay, so that is our COM frequencies. Ugh. Alright. So nav active, nav standby. So we're going to need to go 115.90. And we're going to set that into our standby frequency. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, hang on. This is why these things and I are not friends. Okay, so 115.90. Why did that not load? Let's have a look. Alright. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so I should... Okay, that's switching the standbys. Okay. So let's try 115.90. Okay, so you got to punch it into the active and then it switches that to the standby. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, it said I was nose heavy again, so I've got to go back and push it, give us more in the tail. I do need to be sort of getting towards nose heavy. I do need to transfer to the nose as we do the approach, though. I do need to do that. I do know that. Alright, and then the frequency we have for the ILS is going to be 110.90 is the frequency we need for the ILS. So we're going to swap our frequencies. So we're going to 110.90. So we're going to go 110.90. And we're going to punch that in there. No, that was the wrong one. Yep, okay. And 115.90. Okay, so we've got our frequencies set up here. So I'm punching in the DME, so 115.90, because I want to do a arcing approach into because we need to be able to see that, so we can get make sure we had established fairly far out from New York, from JFK, so we can take a nice long approach into the ILS, because this aircraft does take a long time to get lined up there. Alright, let's go have a look at our engineers panel. Okay, so have a look at the fuel. So a nose heavy. So we need to go pumps set to norm. Okay. So aft trim, we need to make it go to aft. We're going to move 5,000 kilos. And I'm going to move that to the rear. Okay. Engine feeds are all on. Okay. There is so much going on in this. Like, there really, really is. Okay. Systems are good. Bleeders open. I think everything looks right. Hope so. Okay. Now, I'm curious now because I set this altitude acquire. Something I have not done in the APs at the moment. So far, I think a large number of them are the slow death variety, is what I'm thinking so far. Do you see why why the airliners and tube liners make me nervous? Do you see why? Okay, whoever was talking about the Haynes workshop manual for the Concorde, it's here in the sim. Okay, that's nice. That's a nice touch. I like that one. And there's a cup holder. All right. So let's have a look. Okay, so we've got ILS information. So we're going to be, as I say, intention. So our landing intention is come into JFK on 22 left. We've got ILS frequency. We've got our DME for JFK dialed in. We've got ILS frequency for the runway on standby in our standby frequency. So far we've got our pre-brief done. That is good. What else? 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 I think it's most of our briefing here. Okay. So it has been an interesting flight so far. That is for sure. I definitely do not claim to be a Concorde expert pilot, but I think that given a bit of time and a bit of study, I think we could maybe redo this flight at some point in the future and make it successful. I'm wondering if Concorde, unfortunately, I don't think it has enough range to get us all the way to be able to make that achievement from Asobo of going from Bordeaux to Seattle. I don't think that that's an option for us, unfortunately. But that's pretty much how the Haynes manuals works, isn't it? Okay. Okay. I think from memory, talking with DC Designs, that the AP does do weird things if you do load mid-air. So I'm going to write that one off to saying, yeah, the AP is a little bit of an oddball when you come in, when we load mid-air like we've done. Alright, so let's see how we go. And I have a photo of the model year before you use the model after, either which bearing resemblance to yours. It does indeed have the Haynes manual there, Kiwi. Alright, so let's go set here. Okay. Alright. Now the question is going to be, can we actually successfully do this landing? Okay, so we're going to be wanting to do 2-2. So let's set our course. Okay. Let's actually set our heading bug. Okay. So we'll need this because we will change for the INS shortly. Actually, I think the updated flight plan that we put in, because we loaded from the sim, will actually bring us to 2-2, I think. So we might be able to follow the approach better than what the one I originally had planned. Alright, so let's see, we've got about 600 nautical miles to go, so we will be descending soon. So let's actually do the math on that. So if we go over to our handy dandy notepad chart here. Whew. So 6 nautical miles per minute. 20 minutes, 1,000 feet per minute, percent rate. Okay, so we're going to be, so when we're about 200 nautical miles from our destination, that's when we're going to be starting descent. We're going to get down to 30,000 feet. We're going to start to get down to 20,000 feet. Okay. Now, let's have a look. Wow, okay, so basically we need to be... Don't know where we're going to have to be shortly. Just cross-referencing this and going, yeah, I think we can do this. Whew. Okay, this has definitely been a roller coaster of a ride so far. So we'll see how it goes now. So I'm just estimating that we are about 400 miles, about 500 miles away from our destination at the moment. Okay, let's check that. Not quite balanced yet, but we're getting closer. I think we can leave that for now, though, I think. Almost balanced. So what we can do... $2,000. Okay. Oof. This has been quite the journey. A little bit longer than the 3-4 hours that it normally takes that it used to take for the actual Concorde to get over. But hey, we got there, or we're getting there rather. Okay, we are slow. Let's bring up... No, not that one. How's that? So, yeah, so we're going to follow the GPS approach with the flight plan until we get to Whale. And then we're going to turn on the VOR and we're going to head out here for an approach into 2-2. That's my intention. That's my declared intention. See, this was the reason why I turned off altitude hold before, is that it's something about how I've got the aircraft configured is that I'm constantly flying at about about a 20 degrees nose up when I'm holding altitude. So that's a problem for trying to do twice the speed of sound. So that's why I turned altitude hold off before. Matto, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Now I know that on approach I will have about a 15-degree nose up attitude when coming in. Okay. It can do. I just need to do that. Yes. Sorry, my bad. I just say, yeah. So I moved the map to show what I was intending to do, and I forgot to click the button. All right. Whew. I can just imagine that we're going to make a complete. I know damn well that I was going to make a complete hash of landing this beautiful aircraft, but we're going to give it our best shot. That is for sure. This is going to be a rather long stream, isn't it? Oh dear. Got to go all of the long streams this week. Okay. Okay. I'm glad somebody does, Captain Anubis. Thank you very much. I do not, Striator. I have to be up early, unfortunately, again. Nope, not that. Not that one. Not that one. That one. That's what we want. Okay, set. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day tomorrow / today. That is for sure. All right. Okay, rear trim. Okay, so fuel trimming aft. Okay. Whew. I think there's just some, yeah, it's just, there's a few, obvious, it's to do with, yeah, it's just I'm not familiar with the aircraft and how it works, so I'm just going to need to make sure that I get, probably will help to RTFM a couple more times, I think, before we do this, before we do this again. Okay, trims are all good, everything is fine, everything looks good. Well, oh. Alright, let's go. speed mode off. Let's get this aircraft back in. Not quite. Let me capture the vertical speed that I want. There it is. Basically, I want to hold my altitude here. I'm still a little nose heavy. But I do want to be nose heavier when I start my descent, which is going to be coming up fairly shortly. She's just so sleek as an airplane. And commenting before in the chat, like, you know, it's an aircraft that was this futuristic, you know, and it still looks futuristic for something that was designed in the 1970s. Spurts, hello and welcome to the stream. Yes, it is coming to Xbox. I don't know when, but it is definitely going to be available for all aviators, whether you fly on PC or on Xbox. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Okay. It does look absolutely incredible, doesn't it? Okay. Looking good. So we're Mach 1.2. Yeah, Microsoft has got a lot of backlogs for releases at Marketplace, so yeah, it might be a while, but they'll get there eventually. Tim Dog, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Hope everybody's having a wonderful night tonight, and I hope that you're all having fun watching me make a complete fool of myself trying to fly an airliner. By the way, flying an airliner is not something that happens very often. So yes, make the most of it. Okay. All right. Turning on NF94. Okay, so still got some time to go. So we've done NF94, so next waypoint is Whale, which should put us... Kenda, okay, so I think it's Whale converting into Kenda. So yeah, we'll be deviating from the for the program GPS flight plan around then, because we'll be moving to capture the VOR for our approach into 2-2. Now, while we do that, I'm going to have a look at... I'm going to go through our settings for trying to land. So... Okay, so yeah, we're going to be about we're going to be about 200-ish nautical miles. Okay. So let me bring up. So this is what we're sort of going through at the moment. Okay, so we'll be descending to around flight level 3. So we'll descend down to 360, and we've got to be at we're going to be subsonic by the time we hit 30,000 feet. It's around 4 to 5,000. Recharge throttles at idle at 360. So we need to be around max 0.95 by the time we hit that. And reduce S, so we're looking around about 300 knots until we get to 10,000 feet. Then we want to be down at then we'll be 250 knots. Alright, so basically we're wanting to go north. So this is the approach that we're going to be following. We're going to be north of Kennedy. So we can set the deviation to 220. So that way then we can be we'll be able to get lined up from a long way out. And then we'll be able to switch over to the ILS and actually fly the approach in. So basically about 30 nautical miles out, we want to be around about probably 5,000 feet. To 200 knots, we'll be flying 10 degrees nose up. We'll detect the ILS, and then once we've got 200 knots set on the auto throttle, select our ILS, and then we will hope. And we'll see if this works. Otherwise, we'll be manually flying it all the way in. So this is going to be interesting. All right. Let's see how... Okay, so let me get this up here for the approach and the descent. All right. So about 200 nautical miles, so you make sure that we're starting to head down. All right. All of things here. Okay. So currently we are about 400 nautical miles. Are we there yet? Not quite. Not quite yet, monsieur. Not quite yet. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it was uneventful there, Alpha Whiskey. I wouldn't necessarily say it was uneventful. It is, well... Well, let's just say that we had some rather entertaining... We had an entertaining start to our flight there, monsieur. We had a rather entertaining start to our flight. Yeah, no, the Pepsi one had to remain subsonic because it would tear the paint off. No worries at all, my friend. All right. So keep an eye on this. So that next whale waypoint should be getting us close to where we want to start diverting. Just to see the paint fly off. We're at 1.32 at the moment. We were at Mach 2 previously, but we've slowed down. It has definitely been a challenging and somewhat entertaining flight, this one. Alright, so I know the range on the VOR is about 100 nautical miles. So we're going to be getting into that 100, 150 nautical miles. So we're going to be getting to the edge of that soon. Alright, let's double check. Okay, so we're going to be wanting to... Alright. Tank 11 high pumps off, fuel transfer set forward. Okay, so let's start our descent checklist. Backcountry pilot Ryan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Alright. Let's see if I can continue making a fool of myself and see if we can actually survive and do this landing. Okay. Fuel transfer set to off. Okay, tanks 1 through 4 to normal. Engine feed is on across the board. Okay, so still got fuel in both of those, that's fine. Okay. Tank 11, hide pumps off. High pump check off. Check. Fuel transfer set forward. Check. Stand by at the moment because we are still a little nose heavy at the moment, so we don't need to set that just yet. Okay. So I think we are getting nearly there. Nearly time for our descent. Alright. Now, do I have a DME? Ah, I do have DME information available. Okay, so I'll wait till I get a signal coming through on that. Though I might have to switch to nav to radio nav to see that though. Let's have a look. Even even with as I said, like I just it's like other airlines, like more modern airlines, it's just like, what do you guys, what do people do for 6 hours? Like I'm definitely kept on my toes with this aircraft, for 4 hours. But it's like everybody else is like, what do you do for 6 hours in some of those aircraft? Okay. So we're going to be turning. So I'm going to be doing a heading turn shortly. We're going to head to 270. Actually, not 270, actually. We're going to head up. Pretty much we're going to maintain our current heading. So I'm going to snap that. And we are going to... Alright, we're going to start our descent very shortly, because I make it that we are... Yeah, looking that we are 300 nautical miles out. So we're going to... I think it is time for us to start our descent. Okay. Alright, let's bring that checklist up again. Okay, altitude selector set 36,000 feet. Okay. All right. Now let's see how sideways this goes. Okay, engines need to be set to climb. set 270. Let's do 260. I'm going to do heading hold. Push down the nose a little further. We're going to do 2,000 feet per minute descent. Vertical speed, altitude, sure, there we go. Okay. So we're going to be deviating off that plan. So now, because that's our arrival, so I want to try and get a nice long approach. So we're going to turn, so we're going to aiming to sort of head in around about here. That's the aim. So I'm going to turn probably closer to 270. Do 265. Okay, so now we're going to change over to radio. Alright, now so when we get that, adds in our DME, when we get inside the radio range, we're going to be wanting to set that course or set it now actually, we'll preset it now actually, we want it to be 220. So we're still outside the range of that DME at the moment. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not... There we go. Alright, passing through 40,000. Okay, we are still traveling Mach 1.18. Retard the throttles further. Expedite that descent. 6,000 feet. Okay, coming up on 36,000. Okay, auto throttles 350 knots. Decrease altitude further down to 20,000. Okay, engage our auto throttles, 350 knots. IAS hold on. As it turns the reheat on, which we don't need. We'll just manually control these throttles, I think, for a little bit. Okay. Now we should be crossing the American coastline very shortly. Now we're back at Mach 0.95 as required. Alright. Subsonic by 30,000 feet. Check. Oh, does require 8,000 feet. Alright. Engine control schedule. Now remember where that is over here somewhere. Where was that on this? There it is. It was on that one. Approach. There it is. Alright, as I quickly check my little PDF guide here, which you guys just realised, sorry, I've been on your screen for a little bit. So 200 miles out. Okay, we're good. 360. Okay, flight level 30,000 feet. Coming through, so 0.95. We've checked that off. We're good. Okay. Let's hopefully see if we can actually pull this off. So 270 knots and below 10,000 we'll start lowering. So below 10,000 and below 270 knots is when we can start lowering the visor. She just looks fast flying through as well. Okay. I probably expedited that descent a little early, but we'll see. Actually, no, I think we'll be pretty much right. Probably reduce that descent rate to around about 1,000 feet per minute, I think. I'd rather, actually, in some ways, I'd rather descend a little bit too quickly so I can then level off rather than trying to fight and sort of do a steep descent with this aircraft too close to the airport. Alright, CG is getting close to being aligned now as we're getting closer and closer to the ground. Alright, now I'm going to set up... So we still haven't crossed the VOR boundary yet, so we still don't have a range confirmation. Beards are good. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a perfectly valid reason to be late, seeing the Concorde, 110%. Alright. So our CG is slowly aligning. I might want to start moving... I don't want to actually, I think I've got enough fuel in the forward areas for now, so I don't have to move anything further forward. I'm waiting for my DME to pop in there. There it is, popped in. So we are 192 miles out. Oh, we are far further out than I thought. Oh dear. Okay, I thought we were a lot closer than that. Well, it's going to take a bit longer than I thought then. Let's go altitude holes. Required. Go back to 22. Actually, you know what? At this rate, that's going to disappear really, really quickly, isn't it? So let's go back to plan A. Get below the cloud base. Okay, auto throttle 350 knots. Auto throttle system is on. AS hold. IS acquired. Done. There we go. 350 knots. Alright, lighting. Okay, seatbelt signs on. Logo lights on. Set there, looking good. Taxi lights on. Engine anti-ice. Where was my window de-icing again? There it is. Visor de-ice on. That's better. Okay. Alright, 16,000 feet and steady. Let's drop down to 10,000 feet. Max 0.71. Okay, nav, so let's go to radio nav page, set, standby frequency is set, nav 2, let's go 115.90, and we're going to go set that as our nav 2 active. So when we roll over, I'll still have a DME count for runway for time before it's a distance before landing. Slightly less intense, but it's just going to be a lot longer. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Doc Beach, I do not have dev mode on. Hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastically well. Why would I have dev mode on, out of curiosity? I mean, I do use dev mode when I'm actually doing my development stuff, but if I'm streaming for you guys and just flying for myself, I would never have it on, because then it never adds to my logbook. Alright, so once we get lined up for our long final, which actually... we will have a look at, we'll jump into external view very shortly actually. I just want to change my alignment here a little bit so I can give myself a longer approach into 2-2. Alright. You don't actually need you don't need dev mode on to have a look at external view. You have the drone camera available to you, Doc Beach. Kashi 201, I am absolutely loving it. It is a amazing aircraft. It is super fun to fly and super annoying and super challenging. So far this flight tonight, we've found that the auto throttle can be rather entertaining. Fuel calculations are really important, and also over-G'ing the aircraft is very possible. So it's been an adventure and a journey on this flight so far tonight. But yeah, it's a wonderful aircraft. I think it's great. As a representation of the Concorde, to give us armchair pilots an opportunity to be able to fly what is arguably the greatest passenger aircraft ever, would be that there. CFD mode, what is I'll be sorry, Doc Beach, like I'm a dev, but I don't actually know what CFD mode is. What are you referring to? So I was shooting for 222 left was the runway I'm shooting for Alpha Whiskey. Cashew, we hit Mach 2. We did 2.01. We did do Mach 2.01. We may have then had some trimming issues and I may have over-G'd the aircraft. But no, we did hit Mach 2.1. Well, let me confirm the ILS frequency. So the ILS frequency that I've got dialed in is 110.9. So 110.9 according to my chart is the frequency for 110.9 is the frequency for 22 left. So I'm, so it's 04 left and 22 left. They both have the reciprocal 110.9. Correct. Yes. Yeah. 22 left and 04 left both have the same frequency. Airflow indicators. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Doc Beach, I won't be doing that on stream tonight, but maybe that is something we might do. I might do in a future stream that we do for this aircraft, but yeah, I will not be doing that on this stream. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's right. 2-2 left short, isn't it? Well, shit. All right. Never mind. We'll change plans. We'll do 2-2 right. So that means I've got to change. Thanks for reminding me of that. I forgot that 2-2 left and 2-2 that they're actually different lengths. All right, 2-2 right. That means we'll change plans. So 109.50 will be our frequency. So let's do that. Let's change that then. So 109.50. Alright, so we're going to swap those frequencies. We're going to go 109.50, and we're going to actually swap those over. We're going to punch that in there. There we go. Okay, so 109.50, and we're going to punch that in over here as well. 109.50. And swap frequencies. There we go. Okay, we're going to back it up there. Particularly because she didn't unstick till about 210 knots when she did unstick. Okay, auto throttle set 350 knots. Looking good. Oh, absolutely. Alright, let's check out our maps here. Alright. Alright. What we're going to do is I'm going to have to go back to check the pilot's room for a minute. And I'm just sort of just looking at my vectors and going, do I have enough time to duck to the bathroom before we intercept this ILS? I think we just do. All right, so we're going to take a quick break here, folks. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Very, very quick one. And I'll leave you with this beautiful external view of this aircraft as we approach the airport. And hopefully we'll come back in time to be able to intercept and start our heading a long intercept for 22 right. We'll be back very shortly. Yeah, that is a little nerve-wracking, isn't it? So let's check that out. All right, what do we got? So still cruising 10,000 feet, 350 knots. Or CG is actually almost in balance. Okay, so we're still a little ways out. Yeah, I'm gonna guess slash hope the same. As we Yeah, 22 is definitely going to be the right runway for coming in because yeah, we got about 30 knots down there. It looks like so from the south, so it's definitely going to be the right choice for runways to come in. Okay. Okay, hold on. 180, 17, gusting 25. Oh, that's going to be fun. That is going to be fun coming out of this, isn't it? Okay, we're bringing us down to 320 knots. Actually, I use down three. We can only do straight down to 300 knots actually. So we are 84 miles from the field. Set. All right. Hopefully we will be able to achieve this. I'm still concerned, but we'll see how we go. All right. Now course knob is set to 220, so we're good there. Mongo7, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Great to have you on board. Now let's reopen this here. So we are okay. Not quite ready. So below 10,000 feet, so down 5 degrees. And approach schedule set to approach. Check that's done. That's done. Buzzer nose 5 degrees. So if the visor drops down at 270 knots. So it's once we establish our long final on 2.2, that's where we'll bring that nose down. Marginal VFAR, fuel cloud 600, broken 2800, 10 miles visibility. Excellent. Thank you very much, Alpha Whiskey. Thank you very much, Alpha Whiskey Actors. Because really classic aircraft. Yes. Okay, so we talked about this earlier in the stream, Pedro. Does this model every single bolt and every single possible fuse in the aircraft with absolute 100% accuracy? No, it does not. And it was never intended to. It offers an 80 to a 90% solution. It has been, for if anybody's welcome to go back and check the VOD, it has been a very interesting experience trying to juggle being the captain, the FO, and the flight engineer throughout this flight. Things have gone horribly wrong at various points during this flight tonight. But you know what? It captures the challenge and the fun, the excitement, and the challenge and the frustrations of an aircraft that was this technologically advanced for its era. Does it do absolutely perfectly like the real thing? No. Is it a pretty damn good approximation? Yeah, it is. Now, I don't have the FS Labs one, and I don't particularly care for them and their marketing strategy. So, yeah, as I said, does it have every single feature? Absolutely no, it doesn't. Right now, it doesn't have an INS in it. It does have GPS, but it doesn't have an INS. That is to be added in the future. It's not out now, but it will be coming on later on. So, there will be that feature added to it. But believe me, there is enough in here that you can simulate, including having to do full control. Like, you have to do full manual control of the fuel, of the fuel feeding and the fuel transfer. So, yeah, is it enough to be able to keep 99% of virtual aviators busy and on their toes? Absolutely. And for the price point, hell yeah. How do I calculate type of descent? So there's various different ways you can calculate type of descent. There's actually, funny enough, a really handy little note. You can't see it from here, but on the flight engineer station, if you use that camera, that actually helps you and gives you the calculation methods that you need, DJ Bearfly. If you model every system in the aircraft as complex, you probably measure the frame rate with a stopwatch. Exactly right. That's a... I'll let it say topical conversation there, Razor Flies, but, it's still a valid point. It is a valid discussion point with wonderful friends at FS Labs. It isn't their malware strategy. I like it. Nice touch. Hello and welcome to the stream, by the way. Great to see you again, my friend. I can't believe I'm still flying. I'm tired. I'm not going to lie, I have a more than a little piece of get-home-itis with this flight right now. T-Bone, we will again very shortly. We had one outside view just before. I'm about to get into turning on my long final shortly, so I want to get a little bit more closer to that one. I was waiting for the needle to start moving. Okay, 220, come on. Alright, we're going to prep the auto throttle to bring us down to 260 knots. And we're going to prep the altitude come down to 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet. Yeah, I started my descent about 60 to 100, about at 60 to 100 nautical miles early. So we've had a bit of a lower altitude run than I had planned. Okay, radio VOR nav. Okay, 46 nautical miles out. Okay, as we start that turn, we'll jump inside and we'll have a look at her. Look at her in a turn. It would have quite the payout, wouldn't it? It really, really would. The sky, well, and Concords were used by various sort of hiring sort of tour companies. They would actually sort of hire Concorde to be part of interest, special luxury sort of tour packages. Oh, really? We're flying into that? Well, shit. All right. Okay, we should be airspeed still dropping. IS acquire. Airspeed hasn't quite dropped low enough yet. 250, so 3, so 285, 280. To 70 knots. 270 knots. Okay, bring the speed down because we're targeting for 220 knots. So the nose has a limit. So the nose, you cannot droop the nose below above 270 knots. So that's what I was counting down before. I was waiting until we got below 270 knots before I could droop the nose. It will also slow you down as well, but primarily it's there to help us see. Now we're going to change. Oh, now I haven't not within range of the feather yet. This is one of the most fascinating stages of her flight. She just looks so ungainly as she's coming into land. Okay. Alright, show me... Okay. Nav 2... Alright, we are 20 nautical miles out. Okay, approach speed 220 knots. Now, in theory, if I go localizer on, glide, and auto lands is what it should be, what I should need to do. Okay. I'm going to switch my frequencies. Okay, we are below slope at the moment. I want to chase that needle fairly early on, because I do not want to be trying to chase it later on. Good night, Master Braytech! Okay, needles are centering. Glide slope is alive. Alright, auto land. Let's see if this shit works. Okay, full droop. This is kind of weird. Whoa, hello and welcome to the stream. Long time no see, my friend. Hope you're having fun. Hope you're having a fantastic day over there in the US. All right, we are 8 miles from final. The auto land shows it's active, so I guess this is good. I mean, grab your popcorn, folks, because this could get really interesting really quickly. All right, let me just have a look here. I'm going to just quickly check my thing. We're going to do 200 knots. Okay, so we want to be at 200 knots. 250 rad out is when we turn off all the autopilots, all the auto systems, and we take manual control for the last 50 feet. All right, 200 knots. Auto throttle down to 200s. Quiet. This looks suspiciously like this is off center. Actually, no. Do I trust the? Do we trust the auto land, or do we take over manual now? Because it's looking awfully like we're going to do a Harrison forward. But then again, actually no, with the crosswind. No, this looks about right, actually. All right, everybody strapped in. Okay, right out. And yep, that's modeled correctly because she doesn't like landing. The vortex that the ground effect that she generates is pretty impressive. That was fun. I mean, I had to salvage something out of the fact that we made a mess of the middle of the flight. So, yeah, I'm totally going to take that one. Thank you very much, Captain Anubis. All right, now I am not familiar with this area and this ramp, so okay, taxi lights are on. I remember, that's right. Massive Concorde nose. They're not following anymore. Because one of the best things with the way the wing design of the Concorde is, as she comes into land, there's a massive she gets a massive amount of ground effects, so she wants to keep flying. She gets this extra oomph as she comes into land. That you have to. It's one of the few aircraft where you actually have to push the nose down hard to actually sort of break that lift cycle to get her onto the ground. Ah, right. Okay. Thank you very much. So depart on 22 right, land on 22 left. So I was yeah. No worries at all, DC. Yeah, so fun story, DC Designs. We found that, yeah, so apparently if you don't pay enough attention to what the aircraft's doing while you're doing the flight engineer's job, the aircraft can possibly, do go to an unusual attitude that then requires intervention that then possibly over-Gs the aircraft. So that was rather interesting. Um, okay, there you go, interesting. Walk saying said, yeah, dude, I've been a type 1 diabetic since my 13th birthday. It literally was my 13th birthday present. Um, so, oh, I need to bring my schnoz up. Yeah, so I currently use a Dexcom G6 is my CGM. And I partner that with a Medtronic insulin pump. I'm sorry, Striator. I'm sorry. Hey, you know what? You know what? I'm totally just gonna throw it out there that because I don't exactly fly airliners a lot, so I may have crashed one Concorde so far tonight, but I am totally gonna pat myself on the back for actually getting this far with an airliner with literally like 15, 20 minutes of looking at the manual before I jumped into the aircraft and no flights before here. I mean, it's not it's definitely no British Airways Speedbird record, that's for sure. Excuse me, bus. Can you not? Okay. Whew. That was something else, this flight. Wow. Okay. Um, all right. Tick. Auto ignition set to off. Check. Enter ice. Check. Off. Check. That was quite the. You know what I should have done actually? Candy ground services. Thank you very much. All right. Um, all right. Um, so this has been quite the journey. It really, really has, folks. Um, I love this aeroplane. I love the aeroplane in real life. And getting to fly it in the virtual world is pretty damn exciting. I let's be honest, I messed up tonight. Like, absolutely did. I'll own that. But you know what? Um, Huge shout out to DC Designs. DC Designs, you've done an amazing job on this one. This feels, as I said, I've flown the ESP version of this, the original release of this one, and I tell you what, this one feels more feature complete than that one did. Absolutely. Um, I think this aircraft is amazing. Is it a nightmare to fly? It can be. I think a lot of the issues, though, are tied more to the sim rather than your work, than the DC Designs' work. I definitely managed to break something, but that's me. Um, but this is part of the challenge. This is part of the fun, and this is something else that I'm going to say. And it's been interesting. We've had at least 4 or 5 people so far tonight trying to compare this to other brands out there who claim to be study level. And we all know my opinions of that thing. But you know what? This aircraft has kept me more than on my toes. The performance, the flight envelope is right when you get the other parts of the aircraft right. Um, are there a couple of things that are not feature complete at the moment? Absolutely. We don't have the INS yet. But that is coming. Again, as DC Designs promised us, that is coming in the future. So yeah, sure, we have to wait a little bit. But in the meantime, we've got a fully functional aircraft that super cruises how it's supposed to super cruise. You've got to manage your fuel, manage your trims exactly like you do in real life, and it's a challenge to do all 3 roles in this aircraft, because that's not easy, as we found out tonight so far for me. There's a lot of reading involved, and I think a lot more test flights going involved. But you know what? This is my first full, complete flight in a Concorde, and yes, it was split by a crash in the middle, but this is gonna be like, this was so much fun, and I I'm gonna straight up highly recommend this to everybody. So, these designs are understood about the unusual flight attitude, probably low speed or something, but yeah, it's yeah, that's I think that's as a DC Designs. I'm gonna 100% gonna blame that one totally on me. That's pilot error, because Stray Ada flew it the same legs earlier on. He's far more into the reading of it, and he got it right. So, but thank you so much for your praise, DC Designs. But as I said, folks, shout out to DC Designs, folks. If you are looking to pick this one up, don't forget to head over to Just Flight to pick this one up. So a huge thank you to Just Flight and to DC Designs for the stream tonight. If you otherwise, you can wait for this to come out on Xbox Marketplace. It is coming. It will be available in the near future whenever Microsoft get through their backlog. Why are they calling me a bonanza? So they're calling me a bonanza. So straight up, they're calling me a bonanza because I just finished a commission for a client. So surprise for those who don't know, I am a livery creator. I do commission work, and I had a commission done for an aviator to create a Bonanza livery for them, and that's a holdover from when I was testing their livery because they asked for a specific call sign. Concorde Fridays. I mean, I was about to go community flight Saturdays first. Yeah, we need to have all of the flights need to come back, but we'll see how we go. But you know, I don't know, community. I don't know, crew. What did you think of me and my first airliner, my first tube liner flight in a hot minute? Did we think I did pretty well? I think I think I did pretty well. Like, I think I did pretty well for this one. Alrighty. I am exhausted because it is almost 3 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm going to be up for work in a couple of hours. So, again, I want to say a huge thank you to DC Designs for the preview copy of this one. Thank you to you, the community, for tuning in and joining us for this stream as well. It has been so wonderful to share the virtual skies with you. It really, really has. This aircraft is so insane. It's so much fun. It's the kind of fun that you love and you hate at the same time, and you're like going, why is this not working? Yeah. I mean, we just won't talk about that smoking wreck in the Atlantic Razor. We just don't talk about that one. I mean, you know, the water pulling out there. So, folks, yeah, it has been absolutely amazing to share these guys with you. Thank you so much for joining me for my baptism of fire when it comes to this. This is an amazing aircraft, and I think this is awesome. So, alrighty. Oh, look at this! All these people not flying in X-plane. That's always fun. Who are we going to go say hello to tonight to continue on with our journey? Who should we go see? Let's go say hello to... Who have we got here? Let's have a look at this one. Let me have a preview of this. We'll just check to see who's streaming, Ross, there. Why not raise somebody? Yeah, it's actually right. Yeah, it's Katie's alright. It was wonderful to meet you and all other virtual aviators as well. You know what? We are going to go say hello to. We're going to take a very big change of pace, folks. From this one, we're going to go say hello to Angry One Horn as he's taking the JU-52 for a flight. But otherwise, folks, what we're going to do. Make sure that if you've enjoyed the flight tonight, as Rockview just posted there, if you'd like to connect with your other fellow virtual aviators and find out all the things that I'm up to, don't forget to join you can join our community Discord where we chat about all things aviation and construction gaming and trucking and various other sims as well. And you can catch up with each other and share stories and look for your fellow co-pilots for your flight simulation adventures as well. Otherwise, folks, thanks very much for joining us. Stick around to say hello to Angry One Horn as he flies in the JU-52. And folks, you take care. Thank you again. Thank you so much again for joining us for this flight. It is just, I'm really so blessed to be able to share these virtual skies with you. I really am. All right, folks, thanks very much for joining us. Stick around to say hello to Angry One Horn. You take care. Take care. Safe skies to all. Be good humans. Stay with the blue side up and the brown side down. And we will see you on the next stream. Bye for now.